Good morning, everyone. Welcome to our second day of budget deliberations for the 2024 budget. I'll call the meeting to order at 9:02 a.m. and we'll start off with territorial land acknowledgement. Is that loud enough? Before our meeting gets underway, I would like to formally recognize the traditional keepers of this land and specifically our neighbors of the Alderville First Nation with a formal territorial acknowledgement. We respectfully acknowledge the township of Allen-McCalderman is located on the Mississauga-Anishinaabeg territory and is the traditional territory of the Mississaugan-Anishinaabeg. The township of Allen-McCalderman respectively acknowledges that the Mississauga nations are the collective stewards and caretakers of these waters and lands in perpetuity, and that they continue to maintain this responsibility to ensure their health and the integrity for generations to come. Moving on to disclosure of pecuniary interest and general nature thereof. Joe, do you have a comment?
Through your Mayor Logo, I'll be passing a declaration of a pecuniary interest to Madam Clerk. I don't see it on today's agenda. It is on yesterday's agenda. It has to do with litigation with the library board, and how I've documented it on this form, Mayor Logo, is I have it listed as tab number 26 in our budget binder.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm not sure if we'll get to that or whether there'll be any discussions, because I understand the library board is going to make a presentation to council at a following meeting. So if there are questions from council, we will certainly get those answered. But if not, if you don't have specific questions, then we'll wait till that day.
Thank you.
Approval of the agenda as circulated. Got to get mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Booth and seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. And I believe we were going to go over to where we left off yesterday, which was on the administration. And there was still a couple of things that we had to discuss on there. So I think you had something that you wanted to raise, Mike, wasn't it?
Was just we were going to do the issue papers.
Oh, yes. I think we might as well do the issue papers as we go along for this one. So which issue paper are you referring to?
First one we had is the big treasure.
Oh, okay.
Mayor Vogel, I just wanted to interject for a moment. We can do it after if you'd like, but there was still a couple of pages in my presentation yesterday that were missed that we were going to go back to after we made it through the departments, but we did go into the question period before that. So I didn't know whether you wanted me to go ahead and just present those last couple of pages of the
If you think that's better,
PowerPoint?
then we can certainly do that. I didn't realize that's what you were asking for before, so I just got to get my sheets in here. Yeah, please go ahead. Everybody got their sheets from yesterday? The last two pages?
Yes. So through you, Mayor Logo, this was kind of the wrap up to my presentation yesterday, just to talk about based on where the draft budget with that presentation, where that lands the taxpayers as far as property taxes. And estimated at the moment is 6.41% increase in the property taxes for Allen-McCalderman. Now, I say that's estimated because we haven't approved this budget yet. However, this is based on the assessment that we have received from MPAC. This equates to $37.64 per 100,000 of assessment for the residents of Allen-McCalderman. And we have not received a new reassessment, and there still has been no word from MPAC on when that that might occur. So as you know, the last assessment was in 2016.
16, thank you.
So the average assessment of a residential property is $411,183, which equates to an estimated tax bill of $2,568.07 for our township taxes. Again, we have to remember that sounds like a really low number, but it is based on the 2016 assessment, not current sale values. That equates to just under $155 tax increase for the average resident. This does not include the county and education rates. The education rates are remaining the same, and the county rates are estimated to change by less than 5%. They still have to go through their tax policy review, so their tax rates have not been established as of yet. Therefore, residential taxpayer may see an estimated overall 4.78% increase, including the education and county rates, or $60.37 per $100,000 of assessment. So those are just things that I think it's important to keep in mind when we're establishing the budget, so that we know how it's going to impact our residents. And so that was really the
And-
answer to
and
my
yesterday you said-
presentation. Sorry,
Yesterday we said that the inflation rate is about 3%.
yes, so the CPI from October of 2022 to October of 2023. Yeah. That was the change. So the only other comment I wanted to make, I know that you want to look at the issue papers, and I didn't know whether you wanted to approach them as we go through each department. So there are a couple of issue papers under the administration tab. So if there's any changes, comments, or any resolutions that council wants to make on those, I'd be more than happy to deal with those. I know that Councillor Neil did bring forward some questions that we need to address as far as the deputy treasurer position. However, I know that there was a concern about cost benefit analysis, but I think truly within my issue paper, if you have a good review of it, it talks about the things that we will be able to accomplish using that position, as well as what the costs will be to the municipality. I guess at the end of the day, that's something that council has to consider is, whether the things that we can accomplish with that position are something that you're willing to pass in this budget. So by all means, I think it's good if each council member has some sort of comment as far as that. If there's a motion that needs to come forward at some point as well, then we can do that too. So I'll leave it back over to you, Mayor Logal, and we can make our way through the departments, and I will answer any questions that I can hear. If not, then I will let you know that we will defer those questions to come back on the 20th. Okay.
Anybody else want to discuss this particular issue paper? Well, I think you started off with the the deputy clerk, or deputy treasurer. Does anybody else have any questions regarding the deputy treasurer? And then we'll move back to the way the book comes in.
Excuse me, just clarification, Mayor Lobo. So in admin, if I'm in there, 15 is tab 15. The IT upgrades, that was, that's the first one.
I know, well, started off with this one, so I think we'll finish with this one, then we'll go to the IT.
Okey doke, all right, so hold up, numbers.
So does anybody?
Oh, number 2, All right.
Go ahead, Nick.
Through you, Mayor Lowell, just a couple of questions. Nicole, how many people are in this department and what would the absenteeism be?
Through you, Mayor. So there, it is in the issue paper, the number of staff within the finance department, but just to answer your question. I have two full-time staff plus myself, so there are three full-time staff in finance. There is another part-time staff who comes in 2 days a week. And not within finance is our HR manager, who is still currently processing our payroll. And I would say probably we do payroll every other week for the regular payroll, for salary and part-time. We also do a once a month payroll for our firefighters, and as you know, the council as well as on a monthly schedule.
Anything else, Mike?
No.
I don't know what the answer is. I sometimes like to know the answer before I ask the question, but other municipalities, do they have with our I don't know how best to be, by our population or by our tax in bringing in, do they have deputy clerks,
Deputy treasurers.
deputy treasurers? I know that.
It's like, hello.
Others of our size do. In our county, probably the two that we are most often compared to are Crammy Township and Hamilton Township. I believe, although Crammy does not have a deputy treasurer, they do have more staff that report to finance. Hamilton Township, I think it was a year and a half ago, they hired a deputy treasurer.
Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor. I wonder if we're behind, would maybe just like a contract person for 6 months, 9 months help out instead of having someone full-time and paying all the other stuff that comes with them?
So through you, Mayor, I don't think it's a matter of just being behind. It's a matter of continually being able to provide the level of support to the municipality that we should be, the level of reporting that we should be providing. And as well, there's a number of requirements that are continuing to come up with both provincial and federal regulations. Things like asset retirement, asset management. I know we do have a staff member who is dealing with asset management, but at the end of the day, finance is still very involved in that. I think ensuring that we can provide on an annual basis financial statements on a more timely basis, not just to staff, to council, to get those audit figures back on a timely basis. And the biggest struggle is that my staff are excellent at what they do, but the level of financial background that I would require for someone to be able to dig in and do some of the work that's required for financial reporting is just not there. So most of that falls on myself. I find myself quite often putting in overtime, as well as I feel like I'm scrambling sometimes to make sure that things like even budget are being brought to you in a timely fashion and accurate. I mean, it's something that I pride myself in, is making sure that what's brought before you is is reliable. And, having another, set of hands would definitely make a difference in, the confidence I would even have in bringing things forward and making sure that we're making all those requirements. In addition, I mean, we've talked about, human resources and that being an important factor, in how the municipality runs. And we have had a lot of pressure on our HR department. Things like turnover, hiring, all those sorts of things. When we first created the payroll and HR coordinator position, the thought was that we were going to get ahead of things and be able to start managing our policies, reviewing them on a regular basis. And then on top of that, having training sessions, for our management staff. And then having management then have training sessions with their staff, so that not only do we keep our policies up to date, we know that everybody understands those policies and has been, regularly trained on them. Again, those things take the back burner when our focus becomes getting just what's in front of us done. And that's, should we always be having times of turnover? No, but we can't really predict that. And I would like to see that HR focus be back. And if that's the case, my department needs to take back doing payroll as well, which right now I couldn't ask my staff to even do that. I mean, I have staff that should be performing, segregation of duties as far as, who's handling what. And instead I'm having to put extra controls in place, which is also time consuming, to ensure that, the funds of the municipality are protected. So I end up having staff doing functions that normally in a finance, structure, you would not have that person doing those two functions, because it leaves yourself open to things like fraud. And that's why you have me here, to make sure that those things don't happen. So I've had the last 2 years to sit back and, watch what happens within my department, see where the skill sets are of certain staff. We've actually brought in new staff, and like I say, created that HR and payroll position because we knew that was something that was needed. So that's why that's in there. I know I've put that all in words in the issue paper. But because you're asking, I know I've said more than what you've asked, but I'm sure these are a lot of the questions that are, in council's mind. So I'll leave it at that. And if there's any further questions, let me know.
Mary Catherine has something.
Yes, I appreciate the increasing responsibility, and Hamilton Township has twice the tax base, but both townships have exactly the same reporting duties. And it doesn't I wouldn't think that big a difference. So I appreciate that. I know that you've identified grant application writing here as a skill that you would be looking for in this person. And, we need grants, but I also think, and would like you to consider project management skills. If we were to go ahead with this, we have some major projects that need to happen, and we don't have somebody with that skill set. So, and the two often do go together, right? Getting those grants and moving a project along.
Thank you, Mary Catherine. Nicole, I want to say something.
Yeah, to your Mayor Lobo. I'm just wondering, just trying to keep track of the new positions, the new hires, and the ones that are being paid through reserves. And I just wonder what the amount would be to not take it out of reserves, but to keep it on a budget increase line, because next year we might be in a position where it could be a bit of an issue. So to me, I'd like to see both numbers. What would the increase be in the tax base for the new hires? And what it is, because next year we can't keep funding it out of out of reserves. So that'd be my my only question for this, but I totally understand the workload. The other thing is trying, I think I got it straight in my mind. The HR manager would not be doing payroll. Would that be correct?
Through you, Mayor, in answer to both of your questions, one, the HR manager would not be doing payroll if this position was
Okay.
hired. In answer to your other question, all of the positions that have been proposed in this levy are impacting the levy.
Oh,
They,
all right. Yeah.
so indirectly, you could say they're impacting the reserves in that many of the capital purchases that we have proposed, rather than fund them from the levy, we have funded them from the reserves.
Oh, okay. I
So,
misunderstood
but
that.
all of the salaries, with the only exception to that would be in the building department, because the building department covers their own expenses. So if there is a shortfall in the building department, that would come out of the building reserves.
Oh, okay. Oh, thanks for that clarification. I had that kind of twisted, so that helps.
Just to carry on a little bit, though, Joan, I think I would like to see for this particular job and any other of the jobs, the annual salary for that particular job plus benefits, just know how much that is actually costing. Go ahead.
Through you, your worship. Thank you, Nicole, for the presentation. I agree with your comments there. I guess my concern is that this budget, we're looking at hiring 5 new additional staff. And when it talks about the financial impact, we're just talking basically about what it would cost if we hired them at the end of March. If you actually follow through on that, my calculations just quickly means that next year we're adding $461,000 in extra wages. So I understand what you're getting at, Joan. The wages and staff aren't covered under
I thought that was how. it
yeah,
was.
no, that's a direct cost, but that's gonna severely affect us next year, that we're gonna have almost $500,000 more in wages. So I guess this
Well-
budget's gonna be,
Excuse me, plus benefit.
no, that is with
Oh, I'm
benefits, I
sorry.
did.
Okay.
But for this position, for example, we've got down there, it would be 86,225, but really that job at a band 7, depending on where they land on what, is probably $120,000 job with benefits. I calculated it at the far end, but you're looking at that job is going to be roughly by the time the person's done 5 years, guaranteed it's $120-something thousand. So, but just rough numbers, we're $461,000. So I think
I trust your figures, but I think if we ask Nicole, she'll give us the actual ones, and then we'll know exactly what it
Yeah.
is.
Through you, Mayor, a couple of comments. One, I believe within each of those issue papers, the cost for this year is there, but I think that the band and the range was put in the issue papers. I could be incorrect in saying that the range was provided. If not, then definitely I can get those to you. And just to mention, the increase from this year to next year would be about 25% of the wage, right? Because if we're starting, if we're lucky enough, if budget were to be passed the end of February and we could interview, like if we can get the job out, interview and get someone hired, the earliest we would have someone in here is the end of March. So that's a quarter of the year difference would be
So
in
you-
next year.
you-
But I can definitely prepare a little schedule
Yeah.
for you for the next meeting.
Okay. You got another comment?
yeah, just so my point is, we're looking at you know, almost $500,000 in extra salary, right, for the staff. And I guess that's going to be an issue here with council, that we have to look at what jobs we really think I mean, we need all of them. I can see everybody making their point, but what can we really afford, right? And I guess the other question, which might have to come up under closed or whatever, but I keep seeing the word HR manager. And I don't know if that's a new position that's been named or something, because I always thought that that person's job was payroll and HR.
Go ahead,
Through,
Nicole.
through you, Mayor. It's my understanding that in late 2023 or early 2024, that something was taken in camera on that. So I will have to leave it at that.
Our acting CAO is actually online if he could maybe answer to this. I think it was discussed. Dave, are you able to answer?
I most certainly am. Can you hear me okay?
Yes,
Yes, we brought this to council and this was discussed in late 2023. We could go back to the minutes and bring that forward and closed if you wish.
well, it may have been discussed, but I don't recall approving it, but I could be wrong too.
But
Well,
again, we
could.
could have that discussion in closed.
Okay.
And we could go through what was brought to council and what the appropriate channels are for decisions.
Okay,
Okay, thank you.
anything else?
May I say something again?
Oh, sure.
I'd like to thank council for the discussion on the positions. And as we go through the positions, it's very important to remember exactly what I heard Councillor Booth say. And that is, yes, we do need the positions. And the achievables under every position are achievables that we need to do 100%. And the majority of them are some that we aren't achieving now. And we do have to make this decision together. And it was our job to bring it to you. And I completely respect and understand the financial impact. But Councillor Booth is correct. We do need them. We just have to decide what ones and then what is our plan B. And the other side of that is the positions that we don't choose, we have to accept the fact that we won't accomplish those items because we just don't have the staff to do it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I was going to mention that, but you kind of started it off on me too. I do sit on another board that is funded 75% by the province and 25% by different municipalities. And the challenge from the accounting position point of view is the province is only getting 1% annual increases. They've announced that for the next 3 years. So that means that the townships, or pardon me, not the township, municipalities have to pick up all of that that's lost. And so I asked the CAO how you do that. Because that's like 3 times when it goes down, and they said there's only one way we can do that. That's let people go, or not replace them. I'll say that, not replace. So I think we do recognize that we do need some help in certain areas, and we're willing to consider that. And you're right, Dave. We'll have to work this out and do the best we can together.
I raised my hand there.
Okay, yeah, I got your hand.
I see his little hand.
It's a nice little hand. Thank you.
It is a nice-
I just would like to comment on that aspect as well. That Mayor Logo brings up about the 1% increase from the province. Councillor Ainsworth and I sat at the MPAC lunch, and the reality of what we're having to deal with is the expectation from our residents is operating in a 2024 market with $2,016. And it is extremely, extremely difficult. This is why we are seeing more families on full-time incomes using food banks. This is why we are going to see more families not be able to afford the homes that they're in, and so on and so forth. And same with townships. We are going to have to accept less somewhere, but we have to be okay with that as we make these decisions. So it is all very, very good discussion.
I think council all understands that, agrees with that comment. Okay. Thank you, Dave. Anybody else have any further questions or comments regarding this issue paper? Okay, move on to note the second one, which was the IT one, I believe.
First one.
First.
The second one is now,
Yeah, it is.
the last shall be first.
Does everybody read it? Does everybody understand it? I guess I would like to ask, maybe if you just comment on this. I've seen that you had $198,000 available and you were taking out 150, I believe, out of the modernization reserve. Is that correct?
So last page.
So,
Go ahead.
so through you, Mayor, so there's, at the end of 2023, there was $278,000 in the
Two.
278
Yeah.
in the modernization funding. So the intention and part of this is actually, there's about 14,000, I believe, for scanning of bylaws and the sort. So there is 164,000 in total, so 150 coming out of reserves for the IT,
160.
150.
50. And how much will that be in that?
So there will be just over 113, so $114,000.
Okay.
In that reserve.
And does that address or leave some of the 198,000 that's still in poor or very poor condition?
So
That's what I'm kind of going at.
So that's based on the asset management plan, I think is what you're referring to from the issue paper.
Okay.
So that's administrative equipment and furniture in general. So what they would have done at the time of preparing the asset management plan that was done by Infrastructure Solutions. They did gather information from staff to complete that. So they would have done a couple of things. They would have actually physically looked at what we have, but they would have reviewed our capital asset listing, what year we had purchased certain things. So if they went back and could see that, you know, all of our furniture and equipment in the building was 20, 30 years old, then they would start to make an assessment that it was getting close to replacement. So if that answers your question, so that number is really just to provide you what's in the asset management plan at the time it was produced. At this time, I know that with the changes that have been occurring over at the Public Works, our Public Works and Asset Management Administrator is not where we would like as far as the asset management plan. So I don't really have an updated number for you at this point. However, your assumption is correct that if, you know, we have X number of dollars that we said we're in poor and we've only replaced, say, 50,000, then, but I mean, our computer equipment is important, that these are the types of things that actually break down
Yeah.
if they aren't replaced in a timely manner. So the other thing that was identified in the review is that, you know, some of these things need to be replaced because the technology has changed and we need to ensure that we're meeting security requirements. So, okay.
So to make a long story short, you're pretty confident that what we're doing is enough to be spent to ensure that we're improving and getting caught up to date.
Absolutely, and that's why I also made sure that not only are we making those replacements now, but that we are putting funds away into reserves going forward so that as equipment needs to be replaced, that we can do so.
And I do have one other question, it's going back a little bit, but I think I saw where you were, the cost last year was quite a bit less than the year before,
So
as well as much in the next year.
So the contract services that are being provided have definitely decreased for for the coming year. What the county is charging us versus what we're paying, so. So
I-
there is, we do have this initial output of cost, but I have no doubt that no matter who our provider was, if we were to upgrade to where we should be, this is what the cost would be. And that was always the intent, even when we had past council and there was discussion about, you know, where this modernization funding should be spent. And the one benefit to us was that it did not have to be spent within a certain time frame. So that allowed us to go and do all the background with the county prior to bringing the contract in place with them. So.
Thank you. Any other questions on that issue paper? Got two of them. Go ahead. Great.
Thank you. I fully agree with what you're saying here, Nicole. This was something that was well researched in that. I know in past councils, we always had a concern with our security and the equipment that staff were using, and that wasn't up to date. And we all know you buy a computer and 5 years later that computer's outdated and it's useless. So I fully agree with this. I think it's great that we're going to upgrade. We're going to make sure that staff have the proper software and the equipment. And that way, when we're asking staff to do more with less, at least we're giving them the tools to be able to perform their job. So I fully support this issue paper. Thank you.
Mayor Kaplan?
My question's actually a bit of a going forward question. So if I'm understanding what's in front of me, there's this big upfront cost because we have to get all this. But the ongoing cost is going to be the 30,000 into reserves and approximately 35,000 for support. Are there other ongoing IT costs as well?
So through you, Mayor, that's my understanding. I think you said 35. I think it's actually 40-some thousand that we pay a year, plus the addition that we're going to start putting away. My expectation is that we should not be needing to do any other major replacements, maybe the odd, which usually goes through our general budget for office supplies and equipment. You know, we might have to replace a monitor or things like that, but there's nothing else major that I would project that needs to be put through there. If there was any major projects that all of a sudden we started thinking we wanted to do, that would be something that we would want to bring to council for approval. But the costing on this even includes things like getting us hooked up with all of our buildings that have any administrative people in them. So we would all be on the same network. So those costs are in there. They aren't the first focus. The first focus, as the county has told me, is getting the firewalls and the switches updated. So that will be their first focus. And depending on when our budget is passed, will depend on when they can get in there and start working on this. So we may even find that some of these costs, depending on how quickly they can get the work done, may trail into next year, in which case those funds would be left in the reserves till next year.
Okay. I did want to make one quick comment, and because I'm just trying to understand. I also get services personally from the county regarding fishing and, other exercises. And I'm just wondering if council, or the staff with those, things as well. They send me tests. I just stick it in the emails and just one of 100 emails that you get in a day. And if you happen to open that, they catch you fishing and opening something you shouldn't do. You have to take an exam or test, I should say. You have to take about 20 minutes of course before you get back. So you don't go fishing unless you really have to. I just wondered if that type of service is offered to staff or do you guys do that? You don't?
So through you, Mayor, that's not happening yet, but I suspect once they have us all on the same domain, then we will start to see those things. There's just a few more things that they need to upgrade before I think we'll start seeing those things happen. Yeah, so they have talked to me that we will start seeing things like that. We will also start to see requests for updating passwords on a regular basis. So those things are all coming. They just haven't been rolled out yet. So, yeah.
I passed all so far, so when it comes to, I can help.
So you're not gonna be asking me for money again.
No, I don't think. So that was, I just wanted to, I was looking for this and I was trying to put in some time. On the bottom of page 2, you did make the comment, we are currently not continuing with the onboarding process until this issue paper is passed.
Correct. So my point to that, it's not like the county's not servicing us. They're definitely servicing us. They just can't continue with the process until we've upgraded the hardware.
Okay.
So things like, right now, we're still actually operating under our old like Microsoft agreement. It actually is expiring and we're in the process of moving that over, but we'll be on a month to month until this is approved for the actual licensing that is more cost effective and is a longer term contract. So, okay.
I'm pretty confident of what you're doing. Does anybody else have any more questions on this issue paper? Okay, go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through your Mayor Lobo. This doesn't have anything to do with the issue paper, but as you were talking about the computer programs and that, at one point, there was talk of a change in the accounting program that is being used here. Changing from one program to another. Is that worked into the figures for programs or?
So through you, Mayor, I have not budgeted for changing computer software. In 2019, we rolled from the Diamond software to Keystone. We had training actually just in November with staff and have now gained a lot more functionality with the program than what we realized it had. So I don't foresee us moving back to like a GP Diamonds software at this point. That would be probably the most logical if we were to change. However, there are a lot of cloud-based software that are coming out. And that's where, you know, municipal finance is projecting that we might go. We've been just talking within our treasurers group. I think the county has started putting away a reserve already for potentially at some point migrating to another system. The county also is a much larger organization with much greater finance functionality needs as well. So I think that's something that they've budgeted actually a fair bit. John might be able to comment on how much they've put away, but it may be something that we need to start considering as far as, but when I talk to the tech staff at Keystone, I was hearing before it could be like 5 years out. They're talking, it's probably gonna be closer to 10 years before, like they have no plan at this point to decommission or take this software out of the system. I mean, they are owned by Central Square, and Central Square has been working on a cloud-based product. However, they don't suspect, especially with the number of small municipalities within this province, that there's still going to be a need for the software that we.
Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Greg.
Through your worship to Nicole. So I guess with the statement which says we are currently not continuing with the onboard process until this issue paper is passed. I'm just wondering whether it's prudent for our council. I know we're looking at issue papers. And I would think that any of the staff ones that we would listen to everybody before we vote on any of that, but I think it might be prudent that we vote on this one if we all approve it so that we don't hold anything up. We've already started the process, so it makes perfect sense to me if we approve it now. If that's okay with the rest of council.
If I could get a resolution from council, it would allow us to move forward on the project.
Yep.
Yeah.
So I'll make that motion that this issue paper be accepted for the IT upgrades.
I can second that.
Seconded by Joe. So this is for the IT submission one from
Issue paper.
the IT regarding issue paper. Anybody else have any further comments? Mike?
Through you, Mayor. So when I read this issue paper, I was going back to when we just spent, and I'm gonna hundreds of $1,000s with the county to put in a system for us that I thought was gonna look after all this stuff. Maybe it wasn't explained right at the time, or maybe it was like, if you take this, you gotta have this in another 6 months. But we didn't know that at the time. So I just wondered, like, because if I look in here, they're asking for another backup server also. So is that gonna be another 6 months down the road that we're gonna, so this whole thing with the county putting in, helping us with IT stuff, is just kind of snowballing here on us.
People comment, not all.
Absolutely. So the redundancy server I did put in the budget. Can we operate without it? Yes, we can. I still put it in the budget because I feel that it's something that we should have in place to ensure that we can continue on with business if anything were to happen. Is it something that council has the opportunity to say we want to go forward with this issue paper without that redundancy server at this time? We could absolutely do that. It's also not the first thing that the county would be working on if we were moving forward with this. As I said, they would be looking at the main servers and the firewalls and switches. Not the redundancy would be like the last thing that they would be adding on. And it is, and I think I said this in my issue paper, that redundancy server would allow for business continuity. However, it's not a requirement.
If we get hacked or phished or whatever, would that affect it?
So that was my understanding, was that if someone ever got into the main server, because this thing is automatically like sharing the information over, it would not allow someone to get into that additional. It would, if this one was shut down or taken over, we would still have that redundancy server.
How much is that?
That was an additional 72,000, and that's for storage, server, and switches for that.
So it sounds like we gotta do that sooner or later. We could postpone it if the council wishes.
Correct.
Is that correct? Go ahead, Mike.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. I would just suggest that. I know we're in a bit of a rebuilding stage here with our township, trying to get out of the weeds. But do we have to do it all at once? I think we need to look at where we can maybe do this year and what we can do next year.
Will that delay anything?
Through you, Mayor, it would not delay the project if you were deciding to put off the redundancy. We could definitely put that off to another year if that was council's choice.
Go ahead, Mayor Catherine.
Sorry, but the redundancy piece would still come from the modernization fund, is that correct?
Through you, Mayor, absolutely. So this isn't hitting the levy at all. This is all coming from modernization. However, in 5 years, this equipment would need to be replaced. So I guess at that time, if you so choose, you could say we don't want to replace the redundancy server.
So what you're saying is it's redundant in 5 years?
So through you, Mayor, all of the equipment that is being purchased has a recommended lifespan of five years. So that's why I've put in the funds going into reserves over a 5-year period.
Mayor Catherine, you got your hand?
Yes, I think this is what level of risk we would want to accept here. I look at Toronto Public Library and they were offline and it took them 4 months just to get basic services and they still, because they had to start from scratch. And that's not something I think we could ever risk, but that's me.
Further comments? Go ahead, Greg.
I think I tend to agree with Councillor Mary Catherine that $72,000 is sort of like an insurance policy, and I'm sure you're going to spend a lot more if somebody breaks into the server and shuts us down, that we're going to wish that we have spent that 72,000. And I'm not quite sure, I understand what you're saying, Nicole, about we're after 5 years, but I'm not quite sure whether the servers are that, like, how old are our servers that we have right now?
I believe that we have one that's like between 10 and 20.
Yeah.
Like,
So the
Oh.
replacement of 5 years, I could understand for technology stuff like laptops and cell phones and things like that, but I don't think switches and servers and stuff like that would have a lifespan of 5 years, especially for a redundant with a backup one, right? So I just agree with what Mary Catherine's saying. I think we're better to be safe. We're dealing with town finances and taxes and everything, and if everything was shut down, we would be in a horrible mess, and we don't want to be what's, like you said, what's happening to Toronto Library.
Thank you, Greg. Any other comments?
Through your, Mayor Lobo, and just bring everybody's memory back to our first December issues that we had here. So I mean, it is a lot of money, but it's the cost of doing business and the money is there. And the hackers out there are just unbelievable, way better than I could. So I mean, I'd certainly not that
Okay.
I would hack, but I would certainly go
We've got
along with it.
Moved by Greg and seconded by Deputy Mayor Slover, that we push this through right now rather than wait for the budget. All in favor? Opposed? Motion's carried. Okay, we're on to P16, I believe.
No, one more,
Oh, we got another.
number 3.
Anybody have any comments on number 3? No?
I just, through your, Mayor Lobo, just not sure. I know that we do need a customer service update here, and I'm just not sure if this could not be merged into another position that someone else is doing. I just need some clarification there.
Go ahead.
I'll comment quickly, but then I'll pass it off to Dave because I know this was an issue paper that he provided. Currently, when I have my part-time staff in 2 days a week, she is looking after answering phones, the front counter and such. However, I know with some of the shuffling around that's been done, there's a number of things that our CAO is hoping to accomplish that aren't currently being accomplished. Things like even postings, keeping up to date social media and those sorts of things. So having that person be doing that in the times they're not dealing with phone calls and residents coming in. The other thing is that currently there's 3 days a week where we don't have someone who is dedicated to dealing with that. My staff are, you know, answering the phones when they're available. They are returning calls when there's calls left on the machine when that person isn't here. And they are currently going to the front to greet. And I know even over in building and planning, sometimes we
Get them in there.
yeah, so it is being shared by a number of people, but I think the focus that our CAO is hoping to have is that, you know, that's something that someone is focused on. And when we've said 21 hours is that, you know, I know at one time, my staff who now only works 2 days a week, we would have that person working 5 days a week through the core hours, 10 to 2, 10 to 3, so that there was always someone there. So I'll let Dave speak about what his vision is there, because I know this is a position that he's very passionate about having to meet some of the goals of council for customer service. So Dave, are you there?
Dave, you want to speak?
Sure, I can. Thank you, Nicole, for that. You summed it up pretty good. This is and was an ask of council. It was customer service, having somebody readily available to do all of the items that you mentioned, Nicole. Plus, as we are navigating towards a new website platform, that the instant messaging that we need to do, the messaging that needs to get out to the residents, the postings that need to happen on social media. And when Deputy Mayor Stover, when you ask about, you know, can we share this with another position? My answer is no, because there's way too much sharing between all the positions and so much downloading has been put on, well, we'll just hand it to that person. Well, we'll just hand it to that person. We can't do that anymore because our people are taxed, they're maxed. Even my day, I have no time to spend on thinking about what's going to come next. Where can we go? I am too busy answering all kinds of emails day in, day out, having to repair and go back through so many things that are undone. We just don't have enough staff. So this was an area that we received some complaints on December 6th when we were in the meeting about the recreational facility, that people call the office and they can't get a warm body. Every time somebody walks through the office, we don't have somebody other than 2 days a week to stand up and deal with them, and it takes somebody away from their job. Our accounts payables position. Somebody comes in and our tax person's on the phone, they have to go away from their accounts payables position to then deal with the customer that might not have anything to do with their position. And there's some great studies out there that say and identify that every time somebody's interrupted, it takes 10 to 15 minutes to get back at task. We do have a lag in some of our areas because our staff are overrun. When we look at the planning and building department, if there's nobody available in the tax department, then somebody from our planning and building department then has to deal with the person. But it may not have to deal with their department either. And now you just have all of this interruption. So we've identified this position because council did say back many months ago that they wanted to see a more customer focused approach to our operations. That's why we've included this issue paper.
Thank you, Dave.
Thank you. That sums it up again. Good.
Any other further comments? Go ahead, Greg.
Thank you for the comments, Dave. It makes total sense. Just a couple of questions for clarity, Nicole. Could you tell me, so the office staff, when is most of their vacation taken? Is it in the summertime, would you say?
I would say that we probably have more staff gone in the summer, but everybody has a different schedule, right? So if you're talking about my staff who tend to be the front line,
On average, I mean, it doesn't, in my past
yes and no,
workplace,
because
most people would take the summertime. There are some people that love the winter, but
the problem is with municipal finances, it's not that easy. So for us, when the tax deadlines happen, that's when we're busy. So the end of June, when that final tax bill has to go out, the beginning of June. And then when people come in to start paying in June, June is quite busy. July and August, not so much. It gets a lot slower. So it tends, for the most part, to fluctuate, but on the same hand, sometimes we're busier in the office if things like, people are coming in and inquiring about building permits and things like that. So I have staff who take vacation, some in the summer and some in the fall. So generally they're around from November to March, I guess.
yeah, I
and
guess
then-
what I'm getting at is I see in this budget here, we have not asked for a summer student at all for the office. And I'm just wondering whether that should be looked at, that we could be looking for a summer student that we get for all the summer months, that you could have 5 days a week helping in the front, which I believe, when they come in, we're looking basically at a general receptionist that could do dog tags or take a payment or stuff like that. Whether that is even, a possibility of being looked at least then for the summer months, you've got some coverage. And I'm sure whether we talk to colleges or stuff like that, I'm sure there's job placements for the other time if you're looking at, because basically we're looking in a fill-in for a few days a week, right? Just a thought, that's all.
Through you, Mayor, I just want to comment that this position was not meant to be someone who's handling cash either. So that, I just want to clarify that. I think the focus was really to have this person dealing with all the customer service needs as opposed to them taking on the finance role. So the finance department would still be dealing with anyone coming in and paying for anything.
Okay, so even better than they're just a general receptionist and directing somebody to where they have to go or that. So I guess my point's even better is that I think in the past, I could be wrong, maybe John, you would know, or Joan would know, but I think we used to have a student in the summertime help out years ago, and I haven't seen that lately in the last few years that they have a summer student there, and it might be worth applying for. I'm sure there's a lot of students out there that are going to college or whatever that would love a placement like that in the summer, but just a thought.
Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor. So I wonder how the hourly rate came to be for a customer service clerk. So if I look at it, it starts at 28.98. But if I look at the boys up at the Public Works Department, so your laborers and your operators and stuff, they start at 27. So here we're getting someone to answer phones and do a little bit of clerical work, and they're getting paid more than the guys that are responsibility for the trucks, the graders, the backhoes, the sanding, the salting and all that stuff. So, I even question that the rate for that, especially as a part-time.
Anybody want to respond to that? I guess that's what the,
It's an entry level. Well, it's band 3. Should it change? Maybe what would the first band be through your mayor local?
Through you, Mayor. So that is where the band sits on the pay grid. There's just
May I comment?
sure.
So the customer service position was meant to be more than just somebody that meets and greets people. when you get into our messaging from the township and that we're looking after that and not paying another company to do it, we have to ensure that the branding is appropriate. We have to make sure that the messaging is appropriate and it has quite a bit of responsibility to it. The other aspect of this position was to be able to do scheduling. Although we're looking at a cloud-based scheduling program like Schedulicity with respect to all of our buildings and so that people can help themselves. Nicole, you haven't heard about this yet, but it hits in the background. We need somebody that has the ability to be able to maneuver through these types of platforms. And a customer service representative, although they're there to meet and greet people when they come in, the back end side of that position is backloaded with these other smaller jobs that have been downloaded on the other positions. So that it is coming to you part of our mission for 2024 under what I identified as cleanup. As we clean up these other positions and bring into a customer service rep on what they actually should be doing and can be looking after, there are different moving parts of the township that they need to be in touch with. These are a couple that I mentioned.
Thank
Thank you.
Dave. I have a question. It says part-time, so I believe we have a person that works 2 days a week, and are we suggesting that this other person would work the opposite 3 days? That there's an opening?
So through you, Mayor, I think in discussions with the CAO, initially we were going to propose this position as full-time. In juggling the budget to ensure that we were within the recommendation that we had made in the fall. We made the decision because we do have 3 staff in the finance department, 3 days a week, and we currently do cover that when this individual is not in the office, that we would cover that, whether that be that they are in 3 days a week or whether a schedule is set up where they're working the core hours each day. It would really depend once you post for the job for part-time 21 hours. We've experienced this before. It depends on the candidates that come in and what, you know, their flexibility is as well. If you have someone who's flexible to come in and work through those core hours, I think that would be the most advantageous to everyone. However, if the best candidate happened to be someone who was willing to work 3 days a week, then we may work with that. So that's something that will happen, I think, through the hiring process, depending on you know, who we're finding and what our requirements are. What I have said to the CAO is that, you know, my department would definitely be flexible. However, I think ideally it'd be nice to have someone here 5 days a week.
Total 5.
Yeah. However, if it was 3, then we would try and work the schedules of my staff and that person to meet the.
In order, in my opinion, in order to accomplish what you're trying to do, and that's have coverage for customer service, business hours, then you probably need that person for those other 3 days. But that's just a quick comment. Well, Mike?
Through you, Mayor. So is this taking some of the duties away from our Parks and Rec and Culture Coordinator? And if so, why?
Dave, do you want to respond to that?
Yes, I can. So yes, it is taking some of the duties away from the Parks and Rec coordinator. Because those duties were downloaded on the coordinator, were not part of that position. So this is also an assistance because we need the coordinator to be doing other things, and all of the things that you see lacking within our parks and horticultural within the township, that's where the focus needs to be. And I believe that there's quite an appetite to get things done there. So yes, it is taking it away from those positions. It's the streamlining. This is part of the cleanup.
I'll make a comment and also can say what they want after that. I know personally, when I call in, it's very frustrating not to get someone to answer the phone. And so if we could, and I know that other people have expressed that, as Davis said, that, you know, you call and you call and you call and nobody seems to be there when you need them, et cetera, which happens. But I think this will address a lot of it and I think the township residents will appreciate that. Anybody else have any comments? Thank you. Oh, go ahead, Mike.
So I want to go back to the wage, like. I mean, if I was a guy driving a dump truck. Or a grader or a dozer or a backhoe, and I seen that the service clerk is making almost, what, a little over $2 more an hour than I am. I don't know how that would set.
Mayor Logo, if we are going to discuss this in any further detail, this will need to go to closed.
I'm not, I don't know if I agree with that or not. This is, and the only reason I say that, this is, those rates were established by a professional that has looked at pay equity. And we really can't adjust it too much, I don't believe. And yeah, it doesn't look, you know, if I was a truck driver, I would be frustrated just like you, but that's the way it is. Go ahead, Greg.
I would tend to agree with the CAO. I think that's a discussion that we need to have in a closed meeting. I was expecting this budget that we were going to come forward with, we had asked the HR person to look at when the cleaner was moved up a position, that we had asked what happened to the 3 people that were left behind in that band, and nothing has happened. And I don't see any resolve to that in this budget. So I'd like to bring that up in closed if we're talking about that.
I think you can talk, as long as you're not discussing names.
No, and that's why I agree with what you're saying. This is the band that there's there. I don't see why there's any reason why for a new position like this that we can't create another band. We've done it with people in the past, but I think it's better enclosed because names or positions and that could be discussed, and it's better enclosed if we're doing that, and then we can come out.
We can wait till after, but I see some issues with it too, so it's better go into close. Anything else on this subject? Okay, we're gonna move on. And the next one is the building department. Does anybody have any questions or comments regarding the building proposal?
Number 1, are you suggesting? Are we gonna do issue paper now? Sorry.
Well, I thought that the other ones, we've done the budget first, then we went to the issue paper.
Okay, sorry.
Anybody got any comments? Okay, go ahead, Greg.
Through you, your worship, to Nicole, just a couple of clarifications. So if I'm reading Nicole, for the total actuals for 2023 for the building permits was just 99,000. So 50% less than, more than 50% less than last year. Is that true?
That's what
You're
the
talking
numbers
about-
tell me.
You're talking about revenues?
Yeah.
Greg?
Yes, revenues under 41010 building permits. Last year was only almost 100,000 when in 2022, our actuals were double that more.
Through you, Mayor, are you wanting some sort of explanation from?
No, I just want to make sure. So that is correct, right? That I'm looking at
Correct.
that.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I guess the other concern is, I think the CAO mentioned about the budget line 44444 from building reserves to cover the shortfall in building department to remove the canteen office. So that's not going to be 55 now. What's that number going to be now?
Through you, Mayor, that will be reduced by 45,000, I believe.
So it'll just be roughly 10,000.
Correct.
Okay. And could we have an explanation for the second page on page 10? There's a new budget line I see in there, building tools. I don't think I've ever seen that before. There's $1,000 in tools. Could maybe Nick or somebody explain the building department? I've never seen that before where they've,
So Through you, Mayor, if I recall correctly, I think there was a miscellaneous line in there, and I know we don't like miscellaneous. And that was something that he had requested that, we add. So I can ask if there's any specific.
Nick's online there.
I can take it back so that he
Okay.
has a chance to.
And one other subscriptions and memberships. Used to be $600, we spent $550. Last year it was $600, we spent almost $1,200. Now we're looking at a 200% increase to $2,000. I'm just wondering, as you all know, subscriptions and memberships is a pain in my side for the last 4 or 5 years, but I'm seeing a huge increase here. Is something that's changed in 2024 that?
Through you, Mayor, I do recall that I did not make notes having the discussion with Nick about that, and he was explaining the different organizations that he's part of. So I will get him to give me the actual details on those for our February 20th meeting.
Okay, thank you. And just one other too, same page, page 10, where we talk about building vehicle fuel, repairs and maintenance for the truck and the annual license. If we're talking about a new staff member, I don't see any costs in here for a truck and fuel and stuff like that for another building inspector person. Is that somewhere else? I don't see it. Are they sharing the same vehicle, or where are we getting a vehicle for that person and the fuel and everything?
Through you, Mayor, I'm going to defer that to the CAO because I know there was some discussions with regards to that. I don't know whether we have a vehicle that, an older vehicle that they were planning on shuffling around. So Dave, are you able?
I can comment.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I can comment. Have we got vehicles? Boy, oh boy, come on for a tour. I'll show you a bunch of trucks. Yes, we have extra vehicles, and part of the overall asset management of the roads department, when we start looking at our pickup trucks, we have a little bit of a surplus. Not to mention that there'll be another older truck coming from the fire department that will also be able to be used. So there is no additional cost for any asset. There will be minimal cost for fuel. Thank you.
So would it be possible then to add to the issue paper, especially staff that are using another vehicle or stuff like that? The capital cost for the vehicle is fine. We have the vehicle, but I'd like it added in there, the licensing fee and the fuel and everything else, so that when we look at hiring a staff member, we get the true picture of what it's costing us, because we're just dealing with the salary, but we're not talking about the other costs of this person driving a vehicle around. Just a comment. And that was it. Thank you.
Thank you, Greg. Any other? Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor. I want to talk about the extra guy. Let's say that, let's say for argument's sake that it gets passed that we hire this extra guy. Can we look for a guy that could bring anything in-house? Like take some of the stuff that the county does for us. Maybe, for instance, the county that does our septic systems. Could we look for a guy that would maybe have those credentials to do, and and maybe whatever else that we could think of that we're contracting out from somebody else that this guy could do the inspections for?
I'll make a general comment. I don't think that would save us any money, because any money that is charged for that is paid through the individual that asked for that request, I believe. Ron, am I correct there or not?
Yeah,
Well-
so when you're applying for a building permit, I believe that cost, Alex, is included for a septic inspection.
It goes directly to the county. They pay for it, the applicant.
Exactly.
Good idea.
Could be a cost that we could inquire.
We won't get paid for it. That's what I'm saying.
But if we do it, we should, shouldn't we?
No, the residents pay for it.
I know that, but that cost would come to us instead of the county.
The county doesn't get it.
Can't do.
The county doesn't get any money for it. They pay whatever they have to pay the guy, but they're getting the money from the guy. So, you know.
I think what Councillor Ainsworth means is if we had do it in-house, they would pay us directly instead of paying the county. So.
Yeah.
We would cut the county out and say, pay our building inspector who's authorized to do septic. Is that what you mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
Maybe I'm a little bit, yeah, I think I'm seeing a little bit different now.
Yeah.
Thank you, Mike. How many inspectors do they have for the county?
I don't know.
I don't know how many. I don't know how many inspections they do a year.
Mhm.
Go ahead.
Through your Mayor Lobel, I'm not sure, but I believe this was something that was uploaded to the county and taken out of the municipal area, so it is now done through the county, and I don't believe we have an option to do our own septic system inspections. I could be wrong, but I think that's how it goes.
Okay, that's a good.
I'd
point.
like to
I
have-
don't recall anybody ever doing inspections for septics. Like Daryl didn't do that, did he?
Used to.
I don't think he did.
Yeah, he did.
I don't think he was ever qualified, but I could.
Well, I don't live, there you go.
Anyways. Good
But I-
point, Mike. Anything else?
I just
Do you
kind of
want to
wanted,
investigate that?
pardon me?
You want to investigate that?
Well, I think it's something we should look at, anything that we can bring in-house. Right? Especially if we're hiring people with credentials, that why don't we look for something? Some of
Through
these
you,
things
Mayor,
we're going.
I've added it to the questions to the
Thank you.
building official.
Anybody else have any? Go ahead, Mary Catherine.
First of all, I just want to state that we should be referring to person, not guy, when we're having discussions about these.
Yep.
But my real question here is about the software request here for the cloud software. And I know that there was new software purchased for building a couple of years back so that our building inspector or building official, I should say, would be able to go to and fill in on site. And it was in his vehicle and those types of things. So I'm not sure how the existing software fits with the new proposed software.
Through you, Mayor, I'm going to add that question to the,
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Mike.
Again, through you, Mayor. I just want to maybe talk a little more about moving buildings into the canteen. Maybe just kind of, if Dave can give us the thoughts that went into that.
Dave, you there?
Yeah, sure I am. So the reason for moving them to the canteen is because the building department needs a lot more room. If you go look at the office, they have drawings, plans. They need a draft table to lift them, or sorry, to spread this stuff out on. They just need a ton more room, even if they had a big counter space to lay things out on. They're just cramming into that corner with planning just doesn't work for building. It's just not enough space at all. So because we have the canteen and because it is, there's no real cost other than just a little bit of maintenance to bring it up to a decent standard. That's why I put it in there as a suggestion. It's a solution. And we've looked at Centerton, we've looked at the old fire hall. The repairs and everything that need to be made are not going to be part of the mix because it's going to take too long. We have to look at accessibility because the canteen's on the ground level. Accessibility is not an issue. It has a washroom. We're able to segregate off the actual kitchen part from the office part so that it is secure, and we can still rent out the canteen part. So these were all reasons why we looked at it and came up with this as a solution.
Okay, great. I would suggest maybe a counter for people coming in. I think if Nick's gonna be down there by himself, or if we hire this other person. Maybe there should be a counter there between them and the residents kind of thing, if someone comes in irate. Cause he will be by
And,
himself.
and there is money in the budget, that Nicole has in there with Nick that would allow for some minor renovations. Again,
Okay.
I'm not looking to spend a lot on that building because we just don't know the future of that site.
And there's a washroom and everything in there.
Yes.
Okay.
Is it, a lot of the job is outside of the building, isn't it?
Wouldn't say
Yes,
that.
there's a lot of review. There's a lot of computer work. But there's also a lot of inspections that you have to be out doing in person.
What about, does it have to be in Grafton? Does that office have to be in Grafton? You said you looked at Centerton. And the reason I'm asking that is because the ACC has the former council office, as well as there's a police office down there, I believe, as well. So there's several places in there that possibly could be used. And whether, whether people come to Grafton or if he works out of there, could be something you consider. Have you ever seen that office, Dave?
Yes, Mayor Logal, I have. And the reason why we're keeping or suggesting keeping the building department in Grafton is because the majority of our building is going on in Grafton. The amount of times that they will need to be in and out of the subdivisions that are going to be built, you're looking at, even just to start off doing things properly, you're 11 site visits per home. And we just don't have near the building up in the Roseneath area. So that's why that was considered.
Okay. You said 11 visits per home. Is that where you come up with the 48 or 18 hours per building permit?
No, the 18 hours per building permit was identified by Nick that came from, I believe it was their Ontario Builders Association, suggestive that is a rough idea for your calculations for
Okay.
time management. The site visits, then again, depending on the size of your township, if you need to drive half an hour to the north, then you're just going to keep adding more and more time on there. So, yeah, it's all part of it. That was kind of an average number given by Nick.
Okay, and that's for building houses, or is that for any inspections?
That was an average per building permit.
Per
So, what I had mentioned yesterday was with respect to safety and due diligence for the township, making sure that our homes are being built properly by our builders is a significant need that we'd have to meet.
Okay. Greg, do you have a comment?
Just clarification, I think, Dave, you mentioned yesterday about it was 18 hours per permit and we were looking at 150 permits. Is that 150 building permits, or is Nick including a shed, a deck, a solar panel? Because that number would be skewered, right? Obviously, a deck, you're not going to do 18-hour inspections and stuff like that. I'm just wondering, like, how many actual building permits did we have where the inspector had to go on site?
So that would be an excellent question to be noted in our minutes, and for Nick as the department manager to come back, step 2 of the budget process, to speak to you on that.
Okay, thank you. Could you add that, Nicole, just to
So how many building permits were issued? Sorry.
where actually because I think the comment was made, if it was 18 hours per permit and we had 150 permits times 18. But I'm just wondering, when you talk 150 permits, are you including a shed, a pool, a garage, solar panels, anything that an inspector would, some of them, maybe they don't even have to go out there and take a look at, or maybe if it's a shed, they just look at it at the last one
So you want the
inspection.
building permit breakdown like a. by
Yes, of
type?
what it would be for, and if Nick could even break it down more. So if it was a shed compared to a deck compared to if somebody's building a home.
And that's for what's projected for 2024.
Yes. Thank you, Dave.
Mayor Catherine, you give your hand up?
I'm going back to the software and it's a kind of, interest question as much maybe as anything. I see Coburg is now, you can go on their site and see all of the open building permits. And I'm wondering if this software would allow us to have that kind of openness, which I think would really reduce the phone calls that both council and staff are receiving about what's my neighbor up to? And they would be able to look and say, yep, that person is in fact part of doing this properly.
Anything else? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through your Mayor Local, I was just interested in more, just getting back to the septic inspections. And I Googled it. And it just said Northumberland County reviews plans, issues permits, performs inspections for septic systems in all our member municipalities except the municipality of Trent Hills. So I just put it out there. So I don't know how we ended up having Northumberland County do them.
Actually, through you, Mayor, I can answer a little bit of that. I know years ago, the health unit used to look after the septic. Yeah, the health unit used to look after all the septic permits and keep all the records there. And they ended up moving that to Northumberland County, who then took on that task.
That makes sense.
That happened years ago. I'm not sure how many years ago.
And if I could carry that a little bit further, Trent Hills would not be part of the Northumberland County or HKPR. So they were on a different system altogether. And when they tried, now that I think about it, when they tried to take it over themselves for in Northumberland County, excluding Trent Hills, it was too far for them to drive, and they're all located in Coburg area, and they felt that it would be just as easy to let them continue on with their service. Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. So back to the IT stuff again. So impact as far as for Nick with the new IT is this the system that we have now with him communicating with Impact okay, or could this be the new system be part of it? Because our CAO talked about with the 2016. We're sitting on those taxes right now as far as the impact goes. There's a big push on to get it reviewed again from the province. So if that happens, everybody's going to be yelling and screaming. So might be just something to think about, prepare for, and our residents.
I'm not aware of the problems pushing it because I think that I thought
Well-
it was the opposite way, actually. But anyways,
It came up at Roma.
oh, yeah,
Yeah,
it is the province, it's the province's responsibility, actually.
Yeah.
Because we don't have really anything to say over it. Am I correct there? Nicole?
Sorry.
We're talking about impact and not getting the, like saying at Roma, they've said that there's a push on to get it going.
To get the new
Get rid of the 2016.
Well, everybody's wanting it, but we still haven't been given any word when it will happen.
And who decides that?
The province.
Okay, so that's, I'm sure said that, Mike, everybody's pushing the
Yeah.
province to get at it.
So, I mean, MPAC has told us that they are continuing to keep all the data that they always would have done with regards to sales of properties and, you know, what they're selling for and that sort of thing, so that, you know, the moment they get the word from the province to move forward, then they're ready to go. I mean, they've been continuing to do that for some time now. But until they get the word from the province, that won't happen.
Okay, I got a couple things, and then that have come to mind. First of all, I'm questioning where we started off with Greg asked about the building permits. I know that over the last 5 years, you probably did average 156. That was an extremely busy 5 years, except for the last one, where it dropped off a little bit. And I know that from previous years. The reason it was so high was one of the biggest reasons it was so high was because of the 2%
Interest rate.
interest rates. So that's a comment, my first comment, and I would suggest because it's gone really dropped in 2023, that probably had something to do with it. The other thing, I know we are doing some work in some issues, pardon me, not issues. There has been much interest in building subdivisions in Grafton. The one that is the farthest ahead is the one up on top of the hill, where I believe I'd have to get some more information, but I believe I'm sure there's under 10 of those lots sold. And the other two subdivisions are not moving ahead. The builders have said, to my understanding, the builders have said, we're not building because we can't make any money until the interest rates come down. So it could be, I would hope that you're right at averaging 156, but I just don't see it. Not for a few years. The other thing I'd like you to investigate, I know that Hamilton Township has 2 people on staff that handle building permits. I don't know our neighbor to the west, east is Crammy. I don't know how many building permits, or pardon me, how many people they have on staff for building department. But I do know that they are building one heck of an awful lot of homes in their new subdivision. So I think it would be interesting if we could get that information to make sure that we're doing the right thing. I will make the other comment though. I'm sure that Dave is feeling it and Nick has, pardon me, I'll take those names out. I'm sure that they are seeing that there's an opportunity to advance some stuff, and that may be some of the reason why they need some help. And if we do need some help, that could be done, in my opinion, rather than hire a full-time person on a contract basis to help catch up. Dave, do you have any comments on that?
Yes, I do. I had a meeting with Arthur, CAO of Hamilton, back when Nick was first starting, because I needed to discuss what had happened. Sorry, I had the conversation after I took the seat as acting CAO, but we went back to discuss what had happened when we didn't have a building official. And so we sat with their building official who was filling in for us, and Arthur. And the gist of the conversation was they don't have the time to help us. And we did receive a bill this time for their assistance. So some of the help that had gone on in the past, their building officials were doing after hours and doing on their own accord. And then there ended up being some information that came forward that some of the hours weren't being kept track of, which does not allow us to analyze the positions appropriately. So the message is that they do not have the time to assist us. They have enough of their own going on in their building department, and I believe they have 2 building officials.
Yes, I think you're correct on that. But it would be interesting to see how many building applications are made from both Hamilton and Grammy, and find out how many people they actually have. Give us an idea.
And if we note that as a question, then we can get you that information for round 2.
Yep, that's what we're suggesting. Okay, Greg, you have another
Just
comment?
one last comment, maybe Dave, you could answer. Nicole, I see in here too, that are building department splitting a student between planning and that. Can somebody give me some information what that student would be doing then for building?
That would be a question that would have to come back from Nick as the senior manager. What I can tell you about the students, I believe there's eight students altogether that were in the budget. Nicole, is that correct?
I believe there was eight we put in for grants for all the
Yeah.
students. So
So we have applied for grant money to pay for that. Is the grant dollars included in the revenue line in the budgets, or would that be an extra input once we receive it? Nicole?
through you, Mayor, just from past experience, I've put in 50% of the gross, so that doesn't include any costs of things like CPP and EI, so 50% of their actual salary.
That's in the budget.
Correct.
Thank you. Anybody else? We haven't got to the back page yet, I guess. Anybody have any questions or comments on that one?
Are you meaning caretaker and stuff, or are we still just in building?
It says building. Caretakers under building.
Okay.
And I guess that $45,000, that's not there anymore? Am I correct in understanding that? The very bottom, capital 2002, page 10.
Through you, Mayor, that will be removed for the
That
next
was
draft. that
taken
we-
out?
Yes.
Thank you. Guess I wasn't on that page. Any other further questions or comments?
Comment?
Yep, go ahead.
I'm just wondering, before we go to the issue papers or on the bylaw, can we take a 5-10 minute break? Because we're over halfway.
Yep.
That's possible. I'd make a motion. We can take a 10-minute break and be back by 10:02. I guess it'd be a little less than 10 minutes, about 7 or 8 minutes.
Well, let's take 12:10.
Okay, so back by 5:02.
Yep.
I'll make that motion.
Seconder, moved by Greg and seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover for a 10 or 12-minute break. All in favor? Carry. We're going to continue on to do the issue papers like we have. So that would be issue paper. Upgrading. No,
IT is 101, upgrading the software.
Yep. Okay, so the first one is upgrading the building department software. Any questions or comments on this one?
I've already asked them all.
Yeah.
Anybody else have anything? Just giving you a few minutes. Okay, we'll move on to number 2 then.
Inspector.
And this is the building department issue paper 02, building inspector. I've already expressed some of my thoughts on it in the back page, but go ahead, Mike.
For you, Mayor. I just wonder at this time, if we could really maybe get an accurate number on what we have for buildings, without these other 2 that are supposed to be coming on whenever they do. And, we took the bylaws part away from our last buildings guy and, to give our new guy time to get in and get situated and everything and get his feet wet. So I'm just kind of wondering, like, if, depending on if these contractors aren't going to build the next two subdivisions that are coming up, if we only have the one at the top of the hill here, and our building permits are down, you know, considerably, if we just need some more conversation on this one.
Mary Catherine?
This is a department that's supposed to be cost recovery, so I think unless that demand is there, bringing in that revenue to justify this position. Yeah, I just don't see how we can be talking about this unless there's enough building permits to generate enough revenue.
And if I can, I'd just like to carry on with that a little bit. Where are our building permit charges as compared to some of the other local municipalities? I know you can make it whatever you want, but it would be interesting because we are compared to a lot of different things. So if we could ask that question, Nicole. Greg, did you have your hand up?
Yeah, just to comment, agreeing with the other two counselors, I guess the numbers to me don't add up. Why would we be looking for a full-time person when we had the previous person that was looking after building and bylaw? In 2022, he did $227,000 worth of building permits that got done. Last year, we did 99,000. That's 50% less. So unless we're really thinking that we're going to have an extremely good year, and even this at 216 still doesn't meet what we did in 2022 and we had one person. So that's why I guess the questions that we left with Nicole of comparing us, say, to Hamilton, and I know the mayor said they had two people in the building department, but when you're researching that, if you could just find out, are they strictly building or are they building and bylaw too? We want to make sure we're comparing apples to apples. And
that's a good point.
So I guess that's my concern. And maybe if we are really thinking we're going to hit that high, would it not be a better idea to hire a contract person for 1 year? If we do know that all these building permits and everything's coming, and at the end of the year, as Councillor Mary Catherine stated, that at the end of the year, it'll flush itself out to say, yes, we are revenue neutral. You know, we needed the inspector because we made that much. And then we're not stuck with another full-time body.
Mary Catherine?
I just want to point out that in the past, this municipality has at busy times brought in a second person to help in that department. And I think that should be our process moving forward. If it is so busy that we need to bring in short-term a second person in that department, that's what we do when that arises and the revenues generated.
Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through you, Mayor Logal. I think it would be prudent if we had a report back from our building department to explain that, number one, the state of affairs, things that he is not getting done. And I'm not, I know I've read all this, but I think that sort of thing would help us make the decision as well. So I would just like to have an update.
Okay.
Thank you.
You got that, Nicole? Thank you. Anybody else have any comments? Okay, we'll move on to the second one.
Canteen.
Huh? Or canteen.
Canteen, right.
Okay. The next one is the building department issue paper number 3, canteen building, office furniture and equipment. How much are we looking for that, Nicole? 15,000?
Page 3.
So it's 15,000. Thank you. Anybody have any questions on that? Mary Catherine?
I'll let our deputy mayor go first.
Through you, Mayor Logal. One of the questions I have is how secure this building can be for the building department. Because I know there's a lot of information being stored there, and I just need to have it in my mind that this could be a secured area. I do agree that they are running out of space there. I mean, they're pretty crammed in there, so.
Yeah, as another thought, I'm not trying to convince anybody one way or another, and I don't know if it would work, but there is space across the hall on the other side of here. Isn't it? It's a much bigger office. I don't know if it would work or not.
Where?
In the middle building. Yes.
Isn't that hot?
I know that.
I can address the question about security.
Okay,
Yes, the building can be as secure as any other building that we have.
I just wondered about the room on the Emil building. Are you familiar with that name, Dave?
No, what building are you referring to?
The Emil building, which is the second floor and above your office.
Okay, so the issue arises there is accessibility.
Yeah,
So we can't because of the stairs and because of the multi-levels in that building. Whatever we're gonna do has to meet the requirements of AODA.
okay. Mike?
Through you, Mayor, can we kind of lot these two in? Cause you've got one here for 15,000 and one for 45,000.
We moved the 45.
Pardon me?
45 is no longer
Not part.
gone.
Okay. Sorry. That's gone.
Any other questions on this one? Okay, Mary Catherine?
I think this number is outrageously high. He has a desk now. I'm sure we can move that desk wherever he ends up. At one point up in the shed there at Centerton, there was old office furniture just out there with a bit of cleaning that might be able to be used as well. And if it's not, and there's still things we need, then Gov Deals look at what's available to us through that. This number seems outrageously high.
May I comment?
Go ahead, Dave.
Thank you. The conversation is getting a little bit too far into the actual operations of the department. With respect to furniture, what we move, this, that, or the other, that is up to the department. So the budget number that's there is an estimated value. If council wants to make a decision on the estimated value, we will only be able to work with what you give us, and that's just fine. With respect to the furniture, the office furniture remains because your planning department also does not have anywhere to meet anybody. So part of the future plan with the building department moving out of the section that it's in, Alex will then take Nick's office, and then that front area will become a meeting area where they can get plans out on top of a desk, on top of a table, whatever we decide, and so that they have an appropriate meeting area for our customers to come in and deal with any planning issues with the planning department. That's it.
Thank you, Dave. Just a caution, Mary Catherine reminded me, and I'll remind you that we shouldn't be using people's names when you're talking about where their positions are and that type of stuff.
I apologize.
Oh, okay, thank you. Mike?
To you, Mayor, no, I kind of like this idea because we've got that canteen sitting there. We should be using it for something. And you know, everybody is right. You go in that office down there and it's quite congested. And I wonder if we could just maybe say up to $15,000. So it might only be $10,000 to get it done, kind of thing. But
Well,
let's,
be strict judgment that way.
yeah, you know what I mean? Like,
Yep.
so
I have one question, Dave. My understanding is that the arena manager uses that office. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mayor Logo. The Parks and Rec foreman is currently in that office, but there is other office space in the arena that can be utilized and that we can also look at a different solution.
And my question really was, is it It's heated, I assume, but is it warm enough for someone to be in there all winter?
Yes,
Okay, so Matt's probably in there now, all winter.
he is. He's in there now, all cuddly and cozy.
Okay. Thank you. Anybody else?
No, no, I
Further comments?
make sense.
Okay. Now we're moving on to fire. Dave, you'll be probably responding to some of these questions. Go ahead.
Happily.
I think we skipped by.
Did I skip something?
Bylaw.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Oh.
We're going back, Dave.
I apologize.
So that is page 12. Questions or comments regarding this? Oh. Oh, great. Thank you.
Through you, your worship, to Nicole, do we have an estimate right now of how many people have signed up for the STRs yet? We're saying we're looking at 50 units.
I don't have that information. I don't know whether our deputy clerk might have that information.
Through the mayor. Currently, we do have 8 licensed STRs in the township. But with the new STR bylaw that was passed in November, notices have been sent out now to residents in the tax bills at the end of February. I have been seeing more interest from the public calling or contacting or emailing me with questions about the STR bylaw. Now, that STR licensing bylaw does not come into effect until April 1st of this year, just because we are waiting for the zoning bylaw amendment to go through that allows the STRs in certain locations. So I have relayed to a lot of people that we are not renewing any licenses or accepting any new applications at this point in time until April. So those numbers, hopefully by April, will start to increase.
Okay, thank you.
I could be wrong, but I was under the impression you had to have a license by April. If you
Pardon?
wanted to have one. I could be wrong, but that's what I was under the impression.
Right. So I know that with conversations with the acting CAO, he's advised that we need to wait until the zoning is in place before we can start. I mean, people can apply at any time. The application is there. The STR bylaw is on our website for people to go to. Because it's not in effect till April 1st, we are still relying on even our previous bylaw. So people still can apply. We're telling them to get the paperwork in order now, to get the application into the township so it can be reviewed by the time that the zoning bylaw amendment is approved before April.
Go ahead.
So just to review what you said then, so we have 8 that are now have licenses, and how many do we have in the queue? 0? That's a big concern. I mean, we're almost March. If I was doing an STR, I'd make sure my paperwork and everything was ready to go, but I guess I was under the understanding the same as the mayor that by April 1st you would have been ready to go, right? But okay.
Well, sorry, through the mayor, I just want to reiterate that all the residents are now aware because of it's in the newsletter. If they've read the newsletter, then they should all be aware that this licensing is available, is online, can go there now to apply.
Just an additional comment. So those letters did go out with the tax bills, and that was just this past Friday. Yeah.
Mayor Logo?
Yes.
I can provide a little bit of assistance here and some back end. The reason that we have not enforced it is because we have no recourse in the existing bylaw. We're waiting for the zoning bylaw to come through to get this updated, including the fees and services bylaw. Once that is done, we will have recourse. Then we will be able to enforce it. Once we enforce it, the estimate is that there are several hundred short-term rentals facilities within the township. 50 facilities is just a mere starting point. We expect that the estimate will come on much higher at the end of the year.
My understanding is the bylaw is going to be coming this month. Is that correct? Go on.
Yes, I believe the zoning bylaw amendment for the STRs will be presented to council at the February 26th meeting.
And the fees bylaw, when is it, or pardon me, yeah, when is that coming to council? Anybody have a comment on that?
I do. So that was something our former
I'll see you outside.
um
What did he
we can hear you, Dave. So the former clerk had started gathering all the information from all of our departments, and each department has given their requests for amendments. We've talked about some of them through planning and building. That process, once I get through budget, I need to do a full review of that bylaw. So I would suspect it may be early March before we bring that to council.
Good, I think that's reasonable, thank you. When is that? Early March? We can tell them that we have a
Mid-March.
well, that's reasonable. Hopefully that'll be in time. No, should we be, no, I'm getting off subject, so we can ask it. Anybody else have any questions? Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Mayor, although our CAO answered most of my questions, you know, this is a spot that for the bylaws that we don't want to you know, get too stingy on. So I'm all for this what we have here presented in front of us here for this bylaw. But I do want to just kind of maybe question the $750, because I think the new numbers are 300, 500 and 1,000. So I don't know if that 750 is a little bit too much as far as maybe, you know, what the end result might be in a dollar value.
I can comment, Mayor Logal. So we went through the process. If there's a question with regards to the fees that are identified, Yolanda, we will have to go back through the minutes to determine if it is correct or not, because we've already been through the process.
Yeah. Go ahead, Yolanda.
Yeah, so through you, Mayor. I did actually go through the report and minutes previous from the November 28th meeting. The fees are correct in that there are 3 different fees, one for 1,000, one for 750, and one for 300. The average, I believe that the estimate that is here in the budget is just an average taken. It's not the actual fee structure. And it'll be interesting to see what kind of numbers we do get in for the different types of licenses being issued. And it's based on 3 classifications. One is for owner unoccupied residents that are not residents within the township, so they don't live here. One, and that's the $1,000 fee. The 750 is for an unoccupied residence that is owned by a resident of the township that currently lives within the township. That one's 750. And the $300 fee is for those that are occupied. So they live in the house, they own the house, and they are residents of the township. So that would be a $300 fee.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, through you, Mayor. And also I know we've had many discussions about just bylaws in general. And it's I think moving forward, I believe that our new you know, the fire department looking after this year, they'll be more proactive about going out. And because I think literally we in the past just you know, things are going on and we don't know about it. Someone drives by and goes like, where did that happen? Or where did that get built? But, so the bylaw thing, I think is very important for us as a municipality, just for structure for us.
Anybody else have any further questions or comments on this one? Okay. We finished all the issue papers? I think we have. Okay, the next one is fire. Does anybody have any questions or comments on this one? Mike?
Through you, Mayor. A question on the debentures. There's 3 of them there. You know, I think we talked about debentures a few times and the amount of money that it costs for interest for us to get these debentures. The new extrication equipment for $82,000. And I know we're looking after the memberships and prescription fees. And the, you know, because we're a small municipality and we're obviously trying to rebuild and money is an issue here for us, you know, can we as a group, you know, make sure that our equipment is taken right out? I know there's 20 years, Dave, and I think there's like another extra 5 years that you can use a piece of equipment. Maybe if you can re-explain that for us again, but I just like to see our stuff used as long as we can to try to, you know, save us some money, because these pieces of equipment are not cheap. So I wondered about, you know, and that's what the extrication equipment come up for, another $82,000. Is that for another, like say another department?
Yep. So, sorry, I'm collecting my thoughts through you, Mayor Logal, just about where to start. So your procurement plan, your apparatus procurement plan. Yes, we are getting an extension out of the vehicles that we have. The only ones that we identified to replace were those that were over 20 years old. The NFPA requirement, 15 years for first run, 15 to 20 for a second run. If you refurbish the vehicle at 15 years, you can get an additional 5. And then a third run vehicle, which is considered a spare, is 20 to 25 years. At 25 years, they are then decommissioned. I presented as part of the procurement plan that this municipality cannot afford to have spare trucks. That's why we looked at selling those that were over 20 years old and replacing those ones only. And then when you identify the procurement plan, it catches up. And then the township is out of debt, and then the money is there moving forward. So that is what we presented and what was accepted last year. The auto extrication equipment was presented last year that we needed to replace our significantly aging equipment. Those are the Jaws of Life and the spreaders and the RAM. I identified that we would do 1 set a year. One was station 1, the next year would be station 2, and the next year would be station 3. The current hydraulic auto extrication equipment, Jaws of Life, that we have are over, they pre-exist amalgamation of the township. The recommended lifespan for auto extrication equipment is 15 years. So we're doing the best we can. The problem that we have with auto extrication equipment is that it has to be reliable. If you go to a car accident, and if you can imagine, if your hydraulic tools fail, the liability is massive if you're going to have a fire department. And of course, if that was one of your loved ones, you would not want that to happen. So that is why we identified the replacement of that, and we did it just one piece at a time and spread it out over the 3 years. Moving forward after those 3 years, those dollars, depending on where we end up in the budget line, that would probably take over as your equipment procurement plan, so that our equipment is being replaced in a matter of a reasonable time, which is 10 years. And when you look at all of your bunker gear, your helmets, gloves, boots, etc., your SCBA has a 15-year life. All of that stuff comes into play, and we're trying to plan this out so that the township can afford it. We come into a situation where we were very far behind, much like you've seen in other areas. That's it.
Thanks, Dave.
Greg, go ahead.
Your worship, through you to Dave, or maybe actually Nicole, just a couple of clarification points. Under fire, under revenue, agreements with First Nations and the county. 2022, we budgeted 50,000. We received less than half. 2023, we budgeted 58 and we got way less than half. And now we're budgeting 60,000. Why are we only 50% or less in collecting on these revenues? Do they owe us money or?
I can.
I can answer. Sorry.
I just wanted to comment, the county for sure, I know that we had invoiced up to the end of Q3. And we still had the Q4 invoice to process, and I believe that's being done this month. I think that's it's in process this week, actually, so.
So that would cover 2023, but the actuals from 2022 is less than half. We said we were gonna have 50,000, 2022 is long gone, and we recovered less than 25. Somebody must owe us money. Who's not paying, either the county or First Nations?
Mayor Logo,
Yes,
through you to Councillor Booth. I can discuss the particulars of these accounts in closed.
Okay, so let's put that on the agenda too for close then. And thank you for that. And I guess one other one. Here's Greg again with subscriptions and memberships. 2022, we had 3,000, we spent 1,800. Last year, we had 3,000, we spent 1,700. Now we're asking for 4,000. I don't understand. Could you explain, Dave, why we're asking for 4 when we've never even really spent 2 on any of the years? So maybe there's a new membership or something that we have to join or whatever in 2024?
I think that's a really good question, and I don't have an answer for you. I'll have to come back to you with that.
Okay, don't put that one in closed, Nicole.
I won't.
Okay, thank you very much, Dave.
anybody else have any questions or comments? Mayor Catherine?
2 questions. The first about this auto extrication equipment. And these are, the new purchases are suitable for electric vehicles, I'm assuming. I just want to
Pardon
double
me?
check.
I didn't hear
Can
that
you
part.
repeat that?
Sorry, the extrication equipment that was purchased, is it suitable for electric vehicles? I just want to confirm.
I can speak to that, Mayor Logo.
Yep.
So, all auto extrication equipment is suitable for electric vehicles. The electric vehicles require a different technique because the way the vehicles are built. Our firefighters do go through electric vehicle training. We at least send a couple firefighters to do that, to then teach it to the rest. We have one gentleman in Station 1 that is very up to date on electrical vehicles with respect to firefighting and auto extrication. But it is all the same equipment. It's just the technique that you have to be very concerned with.
Right, thank you. And my second is that we're looking at lending to cover the new vehicle purchase for this year, but at current interest rates, I'm hopeful that we can get the amount we need to borrow down as low as possible. And, you know, whether there's any room at all, and the only one I sort of half see is that Dodge Ram, getting another year out of it, but whether we can, what we can do to keep that number as low as possible, given the interest rates. But on the other hand, we have to purchase them. This is a plan, and 3 years from now, we're out of it. But anyway, that's where I am.
Thank you, Mayor Catherine. Anybody else? Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor, I just wanted to ask, there's the wages for the firefighters, and then there's wages for training. And I don't know what, I just wonder why wouldn't they just be the same thing?
Can you answer that, Mike or David?
I can, through you, Mayor Logo, Councillor Ainsworth. We divided that up at the beginning of last year's budget so that we could track our training dollars versus our call dollars. A lot of our call dollars can become recoupable through significant events and also through our agreement with the MTO and the 401. Our training dollars are not recoupable. So I wanted to be able to track them independently, and that's why we broke them out.
Okay.
Can I add one more thing?
Sure.
Our training dollars can be more controlled than our call dollars because our call dollars are directly related to our call volume. We can predict based on 3-year, 5-year predictions, or sorry, information to predict the next year's call volume, but we cannot predict the number of significant events we might have. If you have, as an example, a significant barn fire, all of a sudden you will add 24 hours, 48 hours of needing your crews. And that just blows your budget crazy. So it is a bit of a vulnerable line versus a controlled line.
So, Mayor, so I asked the question about the debentures. Do we have them now? Or is this something that you want to take on?
Is that question to me, Councillor?
Yeah.
To Nicole.
So it was for admin, right? Up for the fire department. So there's 2 debentures here.
Through,
Go ahead.
it's through you, Mayor. There's a section within the budget in the expenses where it shows loan repayment and loan interest. That's the current Roseneath ERC that we are still paying a debenture on. In the income section, you'll see the debenture amount in there. And I will be, as I noted when I went through my presentation, was that I need to revise that because it needs to match what the actual procurement schedule says. So it's really just a movement between the accounts, but I will be updating that. If you look at the schedule, the procurement schedule, we'd be looking at getting lending of $448,000 this year. So
Okay.
just under half.
448,000 this year.
Correct.
That reflects on this.
Yes,
Oh, yeah, 447,500.
correct.
Should we not pay for that right up front? I know, I'll tell you why I'm saying that. You know, we're going to show people we've got a fairly big levy increase. What are you getting for it? And we'll be able to say, well, we got a new truck. And I'm just asking that question because people are going to be asking why my rates are going up that high. So I'm just curious.
Mayor Logo,
Yes,
I can answer that. What we're trying to do with all the departments, this came through the asset management questioning, was the ability to plan out over several years so that we don't have to come to council and we don't have to explain to residents that we increased your rates significantly because we needed to buy a shiny new truck. We were trying to get to the point where it's little bites every year. And yes, 448,000 is a big chunk of money. When you consider the dollars of the budget we're working with, we're trying to get down to what does it actually take to run these departments? And that was a challenge from council, I believe at the last budget, if not the one before that, that we need to get things regulated. And that's what we're really trying to accomplish.
okay. Go ahead and,
I
Nicole.
just want to add that 447,500 is equal to about 6%. So that would be pretty much your budget increase for the year. If we're trying to stay within 6.7, would be eaten up by that lending amount.
Yeah, and then there's another 384,000 following year and another 230,000 following year. So you're up to over $1 million.
Correct.
And I look down and I might as well mention it right now, why I see it. I look down at the percentage of current fire lit department levy, which is on the bottom line. And, you know, it looks, 2011 was probably, or pardon me, 2023 was 11%. And it goes up gradually to 2026, 23%. And then from 2029 to 2036, according to this, it's 32%.
Correct.
And I have some problems with that because that's 32%. That means we've got probably another 30% for staff and another 30% for roads.
But
That's 100%.
So that percentage is based on the fire levy. So that's not a 30% increase in your overall levy.
Oh,
That is the percentage of the fire department levy that would,
fire, thank you.
right? So
Not-
it's looking at what the levy was at the time when we created this.
Okay,
So really, all those percentages were put on there for was to say, at the very beginning, we can't increase the fire department levy from 0 to 30. Because it's, you can't have that impact to your taxpayers. So what we had said last year was that we would start out by pulling some of those funds from reserves and only asking for a small percentage from the levy. And then each year increasing that. The only change that I made to that was 5 years from now, increasing that amount from 30 to 32% to ensure that at some point we don't end up in a position of having to debenture again. The only thing that will change this is once I actually go out to debenture and I find out what the actual interest rate will be and what the payments will be, that could, you know, change things further out by a small amount. So this is a living document, so it will continue to change. What doesn't change is the below parts of when we need to replace. What can potentially change are interest rates and that sort of thing. And that's why I did build in for inflation into this document. So it could be maintained longer. But you just have to remember that the intention of those percentages was not to say, you know, that's how much of the overall levy, but it is the levy increase for the fire department. So, but that's of the levy now. So if it's a 30% increase from 2022 to 2029, well, from 2028 to 2029, it's not going to be a 30% increase because you've already gradually
yes.
increased that levy. So, and the point of that is to get the fire department levy to a point where we can actually maintain our vehicles, purchase those vehicles, and be pulling from the reserves that we've built up versus going out to get lending. So that's the intent of this.
Thank you for explaining that. That makes a lot more sense. Anybody else have any questions or comments? Nope. That was that one sheet. I guess there might have been some on the other ones, was it? No. Okay. Is there any issue papers on?
Yes.
Yes, there is. Issue paper 1, fire department station 1 building upgrades and septic system. Any questions or go ahead, Deputy Mayor?
I must say, I'm a little embarrassed that we would let a building get it to this state. And I do know, I believe, maybe, Dave, you came for repairs to this building, but we wanted you to, not I, but the other council members wanted you to come now. So I support this. I would not like to have our employees working in conditions such as this. So it is what it is, and I'm fine with the upgrades and what is needed here.
Thank you. Anybody else have any comments? Issue paper one? Gone. Issue paper number two. Fire Department Capital Station 2 building upgrades. Anybody have any? Go ahead, Deputy Mayor.
Through your Mayor Lobo, I would just carry on my conversation to include this and would like to thank Chemical for their donation. And yeah, I think that if we have employees that we need to have a standard that we expect them to be happy to come to work, and I would support this. Thank you.
Further comments? Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor, I just want to bring up, I think, was the tank not removed on the last budget? The big tank at Station 2?
I believe it was, yeah.
Okay, so, but it's in this part here too, also.
Dave, you want to comment? Did you hear that?
Yes, Mayor Logo, I did, and through you, I included the same report because the only thing that council entitled us to do last year was remove the tank. So we've removed the tank, but the floor still needs to be repaired. The wall was put back together, but I still need to complete that room. And the station is still in need of other upgrades within it. So I resubmitted the same report because it was not approved last year, other than the removal of the tank. The tank netted us, I believe, just shy of $1,600.
Did you sell it?
Yes, it went for scrap.
Oh. Oh, nothing heavy tank.
I wouldn't want to have been lifting that.
Any further questions or comments? Okay, we're gonna move on to, I believe it's the emergency measures. This one shouldn't cause too much problems, and levy impact of 0. Any questions, comments? Going to move on to animal control and livestock. Small budget, but we can discuss it. Questions or comments? Go ahead, Mayor Catherine.
I do see that we've had some success with DocuPet and essentially doubled the number of people with dog tags, but I would hope that we're aiming to at least double again, given the number of dogs in this community. And the number of lost dogs that no one knows where they belong. If they had these tags on, these dogs could be returned at a much lower cost to the municipality.
Is there a, maybe somebody can help me with it, is there a fine for not having a dog license?
I think so.
Can you find that out? That'd be interesting to, I think, to know. I know, when I went out knocking on doors, I would say probably 50% of homes had dogs, at least 1 or 2. And so if that's true, and there's 4,000 properties, that would be at least 2,000 dogs, and I think they're $20 each, 20 or 25. So that's a lot of money
That's a lot of
people
dogs.
that own dogs are not paying, and the rest of the taxpayers pay for that in general levies, and that they should be paying their share for dogs. And I would, you know, it would cost, I don't know if we want to suggest that or not, but it would cost us a fair bit 1 year to hire someone to go out there and knock on doors, make sure you got your tag, et cetera, et cetera. But after that, it pays for itself. And, you know, if we want to hire students to do that, I would say it would pay for itself, but
I think we did that at one time, a few years back, through your Mayor Logo, that I think it was difficult, but yeah,
Well, the thing that is now though, Deputy Mayor, you don't have, we have DocuPet that automatically does it year after year, once you
Yeah.
get in the first year.
might be a good student, summer student job.
Any comments? Further comments? Mike?
To you, Mayor, what's our commitment to this as far as the animal services agreement?
What's our commitment?
Yeah,
I believe there's a commitment by the province of Ontario that says that every municipality must have a registered whatever pet control system. Does anybody else want to comment on that? Are you familiar with that? You want? Go ahead.
Through your Mayor Lobel, I know with the changeover, wasn't there a municipality in Northumberland County that did not join in with the other municipalities? It was an issue there, and I'm not sure the whole story on that.
I know there was a. I don't want to see that.
No, I didn't either.
But I believe there was one municipality that rather than pay their share, they had paid a fee for service.
Okay.
Understand what I'm saying?
Hmm.
Well, we can check that out. I could be wrong, but that's my understanding of it is you're supposed to offer or have that. Can we check that out in school? Pardon me?
I believe that's correct, Mayor Lowell.
Yeah, but we should figure out, does anybody want to? Does anybody want to make a motion to that effect that we look at, seeing what the,
our obligations are.
well, that, not only that, but also the staff will look at whether it's worthwhile hiring a summer student to do that.
Mhm.
If you want to make a motion, fine. If you don't, then
Yep.
try to investigate anyways.
Yeah, I'll make that motion.
Oh,
I think
Sorry.
it might be a good question.
Yeah, at this point, I think we're just doing questions and moving them forward so that we can address them on the 20th.
okay. Thank you. That's good. Anybody else have any further questions, comments?
Mayor,
Yes.
like, again, just on that commitment for that services, is this the one that they split up last year and municipalities got money back?
Yes.
So where did that go? So did they reinvent another one?
Did they reinvent another one? No. No, it's now handled through the Northumberland
Humane Society.
Humane Society.
Yeah.
And the reason they did that was because they were finding it more expensive with the shelter of hope that they had and the staffing that required there, et cetera, et cetera. They found it cheaper to just to go with, or less expensive to go with Northumberland Humane Society. And what service do you get for that? My understanding is that we have a problem with a dog, you call, or pardon me, you have a problem with a wild animal, whatever you call the Humane Society, and they come and look after it. Okay, unless you're bit, and then they'll probably solve it. Any further questions? This could be a long one. You want to go into it now, or you want to take a break?
I could we had a break a little.
Right.
Well, that's just me speaking. We've only.
Everybody's ready to go for a little while longer then? All right. Recreation and culture. Anybody have any questions or comments? Mary Catherine?
Yeah, I'll start us off. I am pleased to hear that this was going to be combined in with the Parks and Arena budget moving forward. It is all one department, recreation, and it should be one budget. So that piece I'm very pleased about. On the other hand, overall, I don't think we're getting good value for the amount that's being spent here. recreation and culture and parks within that. These are services that we are providing to our residents. I see a budget before us that is serving buildings and the maintenance of buildings rather than serving people. And I know that this is a process that's going to be looked at, and we've got a fantastic committee that works on these things. But this is essentially the same budget that has come forward to council for the last 15 years. We continue to have discussions about what buildings we want, what buildings we don't want. Last year, Fenella, for example, which, I mean, that was a issue for the last 10 years, came up in the parks review, the master plan. And last year there was the large ask to replace the roof, and we had said, no, we're not going to do that. We need to look at how we can use that building or that land to better serve people now. And we never continued to have that discussion. So I'm sure our CAO will explain how he's hoping that some of these changes can happen so that we're not just continuing to fund buildings, but only serve a handful of residents.
Thank you. I would suggest to you that the council could make that decision to ask the CAO to do an investigation and see what his recommendation is. Their recommendation is rather than that. And that's what we haven't done, as far as I'm concerned. And Dave, you want to comment on, or Mary Catherine, go ahead.
I would agree, Mayor Logo. I think that we haven't thought clearly and spent the time to say, what are our goals for recreation? We just keep doing what we did before. And the result of that is that we are paying money for several old, poorly maintained buildings, and we are not focusing on what services we want to deliver. And once we decide what services we want to deliver, that will drive our decisions on what buildings we need to deliver those services. But we need to look at this, from my opinion anyway, as a people first. What do we need to serve our residents?
Comments? Mike?
Through you, Mayor. Yeah, and just to add to that also is, I mean, these community centers are a huge cost to us. And they get very little return in them. And, you know, so, you know, I agree, we need to be looking at the amount of them that we have. Do we really need, I think, what do we got? 5 classified as a community centers? So, it's something that, yes, I think we maybe have to, you know, come back with some suggestions from staff to see what we can do, and, or, because I mean, like, you know, you look at $18,000 for heat and hydro on one of them, and there's just very, very little return on any of them. Although, you know, we need community centers, but we need 5 of them.
Actually, I'm not sure, but I think there's 4 that are classified as community centers.
We lost Graft.
We don't have Grafton anymore. And you know, unfortunately, to carry on with Mary Catherine is stating, and I believe that we have 4 buildings that are maintained to minimum standards, and we're not improving any of them. We're just keeping them open, and we're spending money that we could be spending on a less amount to get better benefits for our citizens, is my opinion. Mary Catherine?
I know last year when we had this discussion, and I had reached out to people in Fenella area saying that I was going to make the motion not to put the new roof on. And then I didn't hear anybody yell at me. So I was like, wow, what's going on up there? And they actually said, well, you know, you said we were going to have a discussion on how to repurpose the building. And I really like that word. It came from the community. And I think it's a very constructive process for us. How do we repurpose our buildings to serve us now? And maybe it's not as part of our recreation plan. Maybe it is in a different use altogether. But we need to have those discussions, but I think we've got to include the arena's in a separate one, but it is facing many of the same issues, that it's a very old building. And it's not serving our population.
Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, also, like, I'll be glad to see the fees and bylaw come to us, because I mean, renting these civic centers out for $100 for a wedding or something like that is like, to me, is ridiculous. I mean, you can get some of these buildings, they come and you got a full kitchen there, and you got some people running the business out of one because it's cheap to rent the hall because it's got the full kitchen, and you know, that came up last year. So, you know, even if we're to, like, however it unfolds here, I mean, we need to rent these out, like, realistically.
I agree with you, Mike. It's difficult when you've got 4 of them within 20 miles all competing for the same
Yeah.
business. And what we do is that we almost shoot ourselves in the foot.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, but that's my opinion. Go ahead.
Through your Mayor Logo, I was just wondering if Dave could add anything, any direction here.
I think that's appropriate. Dave?
Sure, I'm happy to speak to it. I'm hearing some different ideas. I think we have to figure out, are we trying to impact the budget? And are we trying to impact the municipality with respect to expenses? If we're talking about trying to impact the community with respect to expenses and the cost to run our business, then we have to look at what we can't keep. If we're looking at repurposing, then we have to understand that that's not going to change the budget line. And in fact, in some areas will likely increase the budget line. But I'm definitely hearing that. It would be nice if council would put a motion on the floor so that we can bring back a report to you and investigate the possibility of what we should do with our community centers and what we can actually afford. And as an example, if we had one in the north, one in the middle, and one in the south, what would that cost be? What would happen if we got rid of 2 of them? What would that do to our budget? And I think those types of numbers need to come to council so that you can make a decision. Ultimately, it is not going to be very popular, but a tough decision is going to have to be made. And this happens all the time, obviously, in the world. So we have to decide what we're prepared to carry and what we're not. With relation to the Parks and Rec department, we have to have some kind of a department. The plan is to clean up what we have. We're still going to have to clean them up. We don't have to put a new roof on, but we still need to clean them up to make them look presentable, especially if we are going to sell them or whatever we're going to do with them. And we need to do that all the way around the township. That's why that plan is before you. Once we are able to identify the use of this, then we can go to the next step in year 2, and then we can get talking about, okay, now we know where we are. Now let's look at what are we going to do for recreational planning within our township? What services are we going to provide and why? And I think that if we go back to the 2008 Parks and Rec Master Plan, that we'll be able to pull some of that information out. Not to mention that we're probably headed to, we need to do a new one at some point. The money's not there in the budget this year. We haven't identified it, but we could put that in for 2025 or 26. And we can look at this as part of our cleanup, and at least we're moving forward. That is the idea behind it. Thank you.
Points? Mayor Kaplan?
Do you want that motion coming forward now? Because I would be willing to put a motion on the floor. I guess I'm looking at our clerk today. We can. So I'd like to make the motion that we work with staff, our Recreation, Culture and Community Development Committee to reach out and determine our recreational desires within this community. And once we know what we want to accomplish for our goals, to then begin the review of the facilities to see which ones will meet those goals.
Second that.
Second that discussion. Dave, my question to you will be, have you got anything that's going on that would conflict with that now?
With the sale or the review?
With the review?
No, no, I think it's good. If council give that to us, we'll do it.
Okay. Anybody else have any discussion? All in favor of the motion? Oh, sorry, Mike.
Oh, well, I just, when you asked the question, because we did say that we were going to hire someone to, be like a project manager to look at the arena.
That was good. Thank you for helping me with that.
Well, that's the next
That's in
budget.
the next tab.
Hmm?
That's the next tab.
But we've already passed that. We passed that in the council meeting.
Yes, yes, yeah. we did. So that's why Dave's saying this won't be a conflict, correct?
Okay.
All in favor? Motion's carried.
Question before you move on?
Yep.
Just for clarification, just two questions, maybe the first one through you, your worship, to Jennifer. Jennifer, on page number 1 of 6, it talks about rec and culture events and $15,000 in the budget. Can you just give us a quick overview of what that would pay for? Is that going to be movies in the park again, or just quickly what it is?
Hi, through you, Mayor Logal. I do have the 2024 calendar of events, still in draft form. I haven't got it to the Rec and Culture Committee yet because our January meeting was, we didn't have quorum. Anyhow, it is much of the same events as last year. So I do have the movie nights in there. We have Canada Day parade, and event in there. We have our Christmas event, a volunteer appreciation event, a Halloween event, our recreation open house, and our park programming every Tuesday and Thursday in the summer, as well as the Wicklow Church anniversary event. So those are the, I
Highlights.
think
Okay,
that's the
thank you.
majority of them. Yep.
Thank you. And I guess just one comment on page 4 of 6. We're talking about the Centerton Building and Grounds, and this is really frustrating for me as a councillor that back in 2022, we had a roof leak. We put $14,000 in there to fix the roof leak. We only spent $1,773 and we didn't fix it. Last year, we gave them another $14,000. They spent $5,000 and we still haven't fixed it. Now we're into year 3, 2024. We're looking for $12,000 for the roof and interior cleanup, which is pretty frustrating. So I guess I need an assurance from the CAO, Dave, that this is going to be finally looked at. Are we going to get this roof fixed or not? Because if you were living in your house and your roof was leaking for 3 years, I think you'd be fed up if you keep putting money aside and it doesn't get fixed.
It's been leaking a lot longer than
Yeah,
that.
the first time.
I can answer the question, Mayor Logal,
Go ahead, please.
through you to Councillor Booth. The leak has been far longer than 3 years.
One-
Sorry, I'm
I can
trying to
give you-
choose my words.
Pretty accurate.
What-
date that started, Dave. It was
Pardon
about-
me?
I can give you a pretty good accurate date when that leak started. Probably 6 months after the building was added on. So I
2010.
can't tell you exactly what date that was for sure, but I think it was about 2010.
No, it was 2012 and the bathroom, the whole ceiling had sunk a foot in there. And there's holes where we pushed a pin up so the water could come down, and those holes are still there. And that was 2012.
I guess I think they've tried to get it fixed and they have trouble getting the contractor that will do it. But I can't say that for sure. That was just my
I guess my only, and I'm not blaming this on you, Dave, because you're new
No, I
in the
know.
position, but I'm just saying, are we finally gonna, in 2024, get this fixed so that it doesn't show on next year's budget that we're trying to fix a roof leak?
So,
And I'm not sure who's in charge of it, who,
But Davis,
well, I guess ultimately, Dave, it's you, if you have to go up on the roof or whatever, but
through you, Mayor Logo, I've been on the roof. And I've looked at it, and what's there is not appropriate, in my opinion, as your CAO. So at the time, I took it to the acting CAO and I said, it's probably going to be more about 20,000. But if we repair part of it and take a little bit of it each year, we can probably get it done. So then when we had the company that was awarded for the roof at Station 1, I had asked them a couple times to look at the library roof to figure out if it was something that we could do. However, once I determined the quality of work, that was just not going to happen, and it needed to come back through a proper process. So we really need to develop, which I can take the exact same tender that we used for the roof at Station 1, and I can post the tender and see what it comes back at. Once it comes back at, I can also discuss some possible solutions so that we can put a little bit into it each year. Maybe we need to bite the bullet and do it all at once to stop the leaking once and for all. So that is exactly where it ended up and why it ended up where it was.
okay, thank you.
thank you.
And one other one, just for clarification, probably for Nicole. Same page, page 4, 6, includes 560, I guess that's $560 of caretaker costs for the building. So I'm just wondering, when you say caretaker's cost, is that the person that works for building, or is that the person that's cleaning this building and goes out to the other buildings and cleans? Because caretaker you have under the building, which drives around in a red truck, that person, and so that's that person's cost, or where is Steve's, sorry, I didn't mention that name, where is the cleaner's cost then, or the,
Two different things.
I did, I was on building department budget this year. Our caretaker, and that is the reallocation of the cost of that caretaker. Absolutely correct that currently our custodian is in our CAO and admin. I just met with him this week and got an idea of the allocations for the custodian. We'll start seeing that in 2024.
If I may interrupt, I apologize. Nicole, is your microphone on?
It will be.
Thank you.
Oh,
For this thing. Can you hear me now?
Dave, you here now?
Yes, thank you very much.
Must have timed out. Yeah, so the custodian, I will be reviewing that with the percentages that I got in the last week, and in 2024 I will be reallocating the cost of that out of admin to the appropriate departments. I can revise draft 2 of the budget now that I have those percentages, if council would like to keep that consistent.
I'm just wondering then, would that affect, for example, Centerton, the library? Does that mean when that cost gets extrapolated out, is that going to be another cost to them, or does the library clean their own? Does it?
Depends on the facility.
Well, I'm just thinking, well, yeah, actually, Roseneath too. Does the, I want to
Through-
call him a cleaner. He's not a cleaner. Would
Through you, Mayor. So some of these facilities in past were actually contracted out, and we now have internal custodian who is looking after all of these facilities. So if in past we were billing back, whether it be the library or our YMCA or the county for the fire hall, that those costs we will be able to pin those down now because we will be allocating them. So in answer to your question, yes, that will be the case unless it is a facility that they are looking after their own custodial work. But I think there are a number of them that we are providing that
Okay,
service.
so Mary Catherine, would you know, does the library at Roseneath or Centerton, do they have the cleaner go in and clean there,
I
or is it staff
Speak
does
to
it?
Centerton because I worked there and it was cleaned by staff. I used to tease people when they would come in and they'd apologize that they'd interrupted me vacuuming and I'm like, oh no, you've made my day. I didn't really want to vacuum in the first place.
So then it's a valid point for me to mention to the library board that possibly
That's
next
right.
year's budget, there's going to be,
Should really be talking about the library. Well, I guess it's okay to talk.
well, I'm just
about it.
making a comment
Yeah.
that that's going to be an expense that
I'm
they're
not
not, that they didn't see up until next year when you break it out. Or this year. Because we're breaking out the caretaker's cost, but we're not actually breaking out the cleaner's cost, right?
So through you, Mayor, if we were having an outside contractor do that previously, then they would have still been getting a portion of that cost. So I guess the difference would be is if we haven't been capturing it at all, then there would be an additional cost that would be included in there. I mean, their square footage versus the full square footage is only a percentage, but there would be an
Okay,
impact.
thank you.
Mary Catherine?
I want to look at the new locking system, which is in for multiple buildings across the municipality. And I have concerns about this from two levels. This budget, we are going to have to find places to cut. I don't see this as a high priority item. Sure, there are some keys out there, but those people who have keys are not going in and causing multiple problems. And so I'm not sure that we need to be spending money on something that's not really a problem. And the second is we are going to be needing to look at our doors and entrances for AODA. And I think it might well be foolish to spend money on doors that we look at and then they're not suitable for AODA. And there's also some doors, some our facilities that aren't even suitable for health and safety because they lack windows. So I think I'd like to see that item put off and brought back on a future budget in terms of some of those other things I've just identified.
Thank you, Mary Catherine. I'll make a quick comment. I know we've been talking about some of the areas we could improve some of those facilities and doors and windows were included in our discussion. And I think we have to do it from the AODA and from a weatherproof and heating when we don't need to type stuff. So I'm sure staff will take that into consideration. Any other comment? Yes, go ahead.
I guess a rebuttal to that, I disagree with what you're saying, Mary Catherine, is I'm a stickler on stuff like that, and I'm going to use, let's just say Roseneath for an example, that there's multiple keys out there that we own that building. There's multiple keys out there that we don't know who has keys and who has entry to that building. Now, we say it's not a problem because we're not missing anything or that, but what happens if something does go missing? We don't have control of that. I'm hoping that this money that's in there is, and Dave, maybe you can comment, is we're looking at the keyless system where in my last area of employment, it's on a card and it's all controlled electronically. So if somebody has a card and that card allows them to open the building at ACC or at Centerton, they scan it and it would say Greg Booth scanned the door to open it at 12:30 and it tracks it. If I lose my card, all you have to do is go to the person in admin and tell them you lost your card, and they do what's called a 13 to the card. They deactivate the card and it's dead. There's no more keys. So I'm hoping that we can get control of our community centers and that again. To me, it's more of an insurance policy. And then, for example, at Roseneath, if they have the fair, We hand them out a couple of cards and say, here you go, there's your cards. At the end of the fair, give us the cards back. If they don't give us the cards back, we just 13 the cards and that's it. But I think we need to get a hold of it.
Thank you. Mary Catherine? You vote?
Yes, I don't disagree that that's where we want to land. I don't think this is the year to make that our priority. And again, if we are going to be looking at these doors and potential replacement of these doors, let's look at the entrance at that point.
Does anybody have a movement in a second for a motion of this? Because we obviously have different opinions. Moved by Mary Catherine.
I move
What's your
that
vote?
we remove the expenses for the new locking systems from the 2024 budget.
Can I get a seconder? Can I get a seconder for that?
John,
You're seconding it?
I will if we make the exception for Rosemead. Fix it.
Make the exception for those needs.
So put a new locking system on Rosemead.
Only in those needs.
Because that seems to be where all the keys are out and about.
Okay, so that's your seconded. Are you
Is
willing
that
to change
amendment?
your motion?
I feel like, no, I'm uncomfortable with doing one facility. Yeah, I'm concerned about the optics of doing just that one. Again, I think, and there are definitely doors at that facility that need to be replaced for AODA purposes.
Your motion did not say that we would spend a bunch of this. Is that what you wanted to say?
No, I just want to say we won't do it in the 2024 budget.
I would second that.
You'll second that we don't spend it until 2024 budget.
With the caveat that in 2025, that this possibly could be passed because the doors have been put up to the code.
I
Further
would accept that.
Further questions, comments?
I'm gonna speak against that, and here we go again. I would be willing to even compromise to say, let's do one community center then. Let's pick one of them and let's do it to make sure that we do it right. And I don't think the AODA has a lot to do with when you're putting a card scan on a card. You're not affecting the door at all, anything like that. It's no different than changing the lock on the door. So I'd like somebody to come back to me and tell me that if we're putting a key scan card or a new locking thing on there, that it actually has to have the AODA.
No, I am saying that to do it twice would be foolish.
What's doing twice?
If we do it this year and then next year we replace the door, we've paid for that twice.
Well, I don't see how it would, that's what I'm saying. It's no different than if we said, go in there and change the locks. You can still take the locking system off of the door and that, I think that's a comment made that we don't know if that's true or not. So I'd be willing to settle for, let's do one of them. And I don't think it has to be picked out. I only used Roseneath as an example, but you could pick Centerton or Vernonville or whatever it is to say that we want to do it and we try it out, and Dave can come back to us and say, we found out that this is the best locking system and this is the one we're going to go with.
Go ahead.
Through your Mayor Lovell, you bring up an interesting concept. With Roseneath, what type of lock? Are we looking at the card system? Is that the lock system we're looking at? I don't even know what the locking system is. Maybe could that be a question that comes back to us?
Unless Dave already has the answer.
Is it going to be a scan card?
Mayor Logo,
Yes.
how about we provide direction to staff to do some research for you and find what would be most appropriate for the current time. I also know that Jennifer Steen is going to be working on a grant for revitalization of ACC. And all of these items will be identified within probably the request for that grant. So we could come back to council in the future with it.
Everybody okay with that? You want to change your motion then, Catherine?
It covers it.
Agree?
I think it covers the motion.
I think it,
She always-
when we look at this across all the buildings, I think we're over 10 grand. For all of the buildings, and I know it's not a huge amount in our overall budget, but I also don't think that it's a priority for 2024
So,
for that $10,000.
so Dave's suggestion wants to send it back to staff to get a report. Are you-
I am very happy to wait for a report.
You make the motion,
I'll just withdraw my motion if I can at this
I'm
point.
good with that.
okay? Go ahead, Greg.
So I guess the question, Dave, is when does the report come? In time for us to vote on this again at budget, or are we looking at halfway through the year?
Dave, keep in mind the agenda has to be done by the 13th, so.
We could probably come up with some answers right away to come back, but you could also look at this budget item based on based on information provided before. You could maybe pass it in theory, or you could pass it with a contingent of the report so that the money can only be used if council approves the report at a further date.
Thank you, Dave.
So what's that?
Well, I'll make that motion then. What Dave said is that we approve it contingent on the report that comes back. So if we set aside that money and the report comes back, and Mary Catherine, if your concerns are valid, then I would say, okay, forget it. Why spend it? If it's not, then the money's there and we go ahead and we change it.
Seconder. Seconded by Mike. Further discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. Dave, perhaps I should have, or Nicole, I should have mentioned it earlier, but I don't, I just thought of it now. It probably should have been back in administration, but I don't see anything for a strategic plan. Money put aside to prepare a strategic plan. And I really believe that's something that we need to do. And I.
For Parks and,
Pardon me?
Going back to.
for Parks and Rec?
No, not for Parks and Rec, for the township, and I probably should have brought it up under administration. But there's no money into do a strategic plan. And I think the last time we talked, that you thought you wanted to bring in a consultant to do that. And we should have that in the budget.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Through your mayor logo, getting back to administration. I wonder if it's possible to look at another position as well as for the clerk's department or an assistant there. Or will we wait till the new CAO or the new clerk comes in?
Go ahead, Nicole.
I will note that it was a position that we were considering when preparing the budget, but after discussion with the CAO, we did remove it and did not bring it forward as an issue paper. If that is something that council would like, then I will make note to put it in and see where the levy ends up.
Go ahead.
Maybe instead of that, could that be a question?
Well, yeah, put it in as a question.
I'm not sure what the question is.
Well, the question is, how much would it cost to have
Just the cost? Okay.
The assistant.
yeah, and what that job would do.
I can actually tell you that because we had done a full costing on it. Just give me.
And I guess if there's any reason for it, the only suggestion that I would make is that I see the agendas coming and they're back a ways, so pardon me, not the agendas, the minutes.
Yeah.
Do you have a comment, Dave?
He's on a plane.
Yeah, my comment, Mayor Logo, is that the reason we removed it was because when we came to council in the fall, our goal was to come in at the 6.7. And then we went through the effort and the process of this planning and putting a budget together that has now come in at 6.41 because we're trying to plan with council to be financially responsible. We could add the position back in. Then the question is, okay, do you have a plan to go with that? Or is that a challenge back to staff to develop a plan for you based on your decision? So I think it's really good conversation. I think that Emily coming in, pardon me, I think that with the new person coming into the clerk's department, with their education, with their resume, with their knowledge and experience, I think we're going to see great things. So I wanted to absorb that first and then identify what our needs is after that. That was the basis behind removing the position.
Thank you.
Thank you. That
Go ahead.
answers.
Cool.
Through you, Mayor. So the cost and as with many of these positions, assuming an end of March addition would have been 57,000 plus benefits. So you're looking at about a $69,000 cost for that position, and it would be at band 4, step 2.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other further comments? On rec and culture? Seeing none? I need to take a break. Dave, how long are you going to be able to stay with us? Dave? How long are you going to be with us this afternoon?
I'll be with you till about 1:30.
Okay. Thank you.
Can I get clarification on one thing? So the locking systems we are leaving in the budget, but a report will come back at some point. And if council is not happy with that report, then we just won't use that budget line. Is that what was?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Mary Catherine?
I will leave it. in-
Just a logistics, 4 meetings, or sorry, 4 hours. It does feel like 4 meetings today. But anyway, 4 hours would take us to 1 o'clock, and I don't see that it would be in our best interest or the taxpayers' best interest for us to go past the 4 hours. So if we can make it through till 1 o'clock and end our meeting there.
Okay, I was thinking we were gonna go the afternoon to get this done.
Well, our original meeting said it was only 4 hours today.
Oh, did it? So
We are-
8 hours tomorrow then?
Well, no, tomorrow morning, and then it was, is on the thing here, it says 9 till
Question.
9.
Huh?
We left
9 a.m.
yesterday as an
12.
overflow day.
Today is an overflow?
We left tomorrow.
Okay, so you wanna leave today and then come back in until we get finished tomorrow?
Well, I think Mary Catherine makes sense that if we go another half an hour and then we're done, then Dave is cut loose and took up wherever we stand, then we'll start up tomorrow. And finish up.
Okay. And can you wanna take this chair for a second, so I'll go? It'll do what I have to do.
Hello. I guess we'll carry on. We're heading into tab 21. Parks and Recreation. Does anybody have any comments they'd like to put forward on this tab? Go ahead, Counselor Booth.
Through you, your worship, to Nicole, under, so we're on page 24 of 54. Parks and Rec Arena. And it says arena sign revenue. In 2022, the budget was 1,000, we got $250. 2023 was 1,000, we got 0. We're asking for $250. Well, I still see all the advertising signs up in the arena. Are we not collecting from them, or what's going on? Because in my last position, if you didn't pay for it, we took your sign down, but I gotta say, there's at least 5 or 6 signs up in the arena that I still see. And it looks like we didn't collect a dime from them last year.
I'll have to go back to staff through you, sorry, Deputy Mayor. I'll have to go back to staff on that.
Okay, thank you. And on the same page, down at the bottom, Nicole, it talks arena caretaker cost by internal transfer. So I guess the same question again, $5,600 that we're charging back to the arena. I'd just like to know. It's obviously not the cleaner. So what would be the $5,600 that that person would have to go over there and do in the arena when we already have staff there?
So that is what I had allocated, as I mentioned earlier. I will be using the new percentages and updating those to what I was actually given from the caretaker. So that's not necessarily cleaning. And I did get a list from the caretaker of the types of activities that were being performed there. So I can look that back up and find out what those activities are.
Okay, thank you. And on the next page, page 25 of 54, arena stationary supplies. I'm just wondering what the arena guy would spend $3,000 on for paper and supplies. If we could maybe have Matt. I don't know what,
So that's the 2250 that you're looking at.
yeah, and this past year, he spent over $3,000 on.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm assuming, but I will follow up with staff that it's not likely so much stationary as it is supplies, but I will follow up.
Okay. And just a question for you too, if you're talking to the manager, the deceiving part of this is you've got arena and you've got parks, and we're talking about conference training mileage and meals. If you add up the conference for the parks at 3,000 and 5,000 for the arena, that's $8,000 for conference and training for one full-time employee and 3 part-times. I'm just wondering if somebody's double dipping, or so maybe you could ask the arena foreman. Just seems quite high because the standard set for admin staff was $2,000 for each employee. And the last question, maybe you could ask the foreman too, is in the capital equipment, they're asking for $5,000 for a space heater. If you could just tell us where the space heater is going. Is that for the stands? Is it for the office? Is it for the Zamboni room?
My understanding, it was for an office, but I will follow up.
Okay,
It's probably I don't know that, but it's probably the office that the public department that the annex where the
canteen.
canteen is, yeah. Probably, I don't know that.
That's why I'm just saying just to say a space heater, $5,000 is kind of, I'd like a little bit more information on that. And actually, would that not have been an issue paper for that? I don't see an issue paper for the space heater or anything, or is that because it's only
Through
5,000?
you, Mayor, it's because it's only 5,000. Anything under 10,000, I haven't asked for issue papers.
Okay, thank you, Nicole.
Anybody else? Oh, Mary Catherine, go ahead.
I have two things, Mayor Logal. The first is this council approved the options analysis and is that accounted for somewhere in this budget for that facility?
Sorry, I'm,
Sorry, the
What
options analysis that we approved for what to do with that facility and bring forward options for that facility. And we approved that quite recently at one of our meetings, but I'm not seeing that in our budget anywhere as something which I assume will be taken from reserves, but I'm not seeing it here.
through you, Mayor, Yolanda, what was the, do you know what the actual resolution was? Like, was there?
I don't have the resolution in front of me, but I do believe it had something to do with hiring a consultant to provide options for the arena.
I don't believe it's in here unless it's somewhere, maybe Dave can just
Dave, you
comment
have a
on
comment
that.
on that?
Wasn't it an RFP?
Yeah, it was.
discuss
we
that.
prepared our-
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
You could just leave it as a question.
Yeah.
Okay, and
Mary
my
Catherine, go ahead.
second question is, when we look at the arena revenues and the arena expenses, and we look at that difference that is being covered by taxpayers, that is $277,000. We have 16 teams playing there, assuming there's 15 players per team. That's 240 people. We are paying more than $1,000. Taxpayers are subsidizing more than $1,000 per player for that facility. Furthermore, we know that that facility is on its last legs for sure. If it leaks again, that is it. We don't have a path forward from there without spending millions of dollars. So I am personally concerned about putting 277,000 of our budget money into a facility in that level of repair with that level of usage.
Thank you. Any other comments? Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor. I want to bring up the tractor that they want to buy for $25,000, the lawnmower, I guess. We just bought one of them last year.
That's an issue paper though, isn't it? We're still.
Oh, yeah, I
doing
guess
just
you're
the
right.
lines.
Yeah, okay. But, okay, so a couple more things. The wages, and this is kind of through the whole, the budget packages, the wages versus like, say, the building and ground maintenance. And this will come up, also in some other ones, but like, to me, it just should be one set wage, you know? These guys do 30 hours a week or 40 hours a week and they're either cutting grass or working in the arena. It's like, so I don't know if that's, if you have to break that down as far as it goes for accounting. But I don't know, probably what we should just see is what the dollar value is in wages for them to do their job, whether it's doing the ball diamonds or flooding the ice, cleaning the dressing rooms, blah, whatever. That makes sense. And the
I think
2000,
I think it was, and I can't say for sure, Mike, but I think it was split up because there was so much expense and not near as much revenue. And when it was dilly down and investigated, everybody thought the parks are in it for nothing, but the parks are very expensive as well.
yeah,
So
Yeah.
it was to kind of get a reflection of the arena cost and arena revenues versus, and as well as the parks and rec revenues. So that's why it was split up. That
okay.
makes sense, Nicole?
That,
I'm wondering if you're talking about why there's like, I've got like 1.33 people in this area. Is that what you're referring to?
well, if I look at the arena wages, right? And then we go down here to building and ground maintenance, you know, next to $33,000. Isn't that the same people doing the same thing, or is it just
That's not
summer,
wages.
summer and winter?
That's not wages, though. I believe the building ground maintenance for the arena is stuff to do with hockey and that, but it's not actually wages. I could be wrong.
Yeah, so building and ground maintenance is any kind of maintenance that's done by an outside contractor. That's not wages. Those are not internal wages.
So Simco
So-
and stuff like that.
So could that be brought in-house, you know, if we're. You know, what do the arena guys do in the summertime? If, you know,
Well,
So-
it's broken down. What they did is then it's called park wages. So if I'm right, I believe the winter season starts in like October and runs till the end of March. And then after that, then it becomes park wages. And that's like the mayor said, we broke it down to show what they're actually spending on the ball diamonds and stuff like that.
Hmm.
I could be wrong, but that
So-
way it gives you a truer picture, like Mary Catherine's saying, is what are you spending on parks and the diamonds and what are you actually spending on the arena?
yeah. So the,
So-
okay, so then the 2019 Dodge, $4,000 for fuel. Is that? Is that a combination again? Is that a combination of, um. The foreman there, is that his personal truck to drive back and forth to work? Is it used for? Running to the north and coming back here for grass cutting?
What line is that?
0063. I think it's
Page 26.
page 25, total arena.
It just seems like a lot of money if that truck's for the arena. You know,
So through,
I don't know what he would be using it for other than driving back and forth to home.
He doesn't-
I don't think he does that, does he?
so through you, Mayor, are you talking about the 2009 under the parks section there? The 2009 GMC?
I think he's talking,
It's a 2019 Dodge Ram.
Oh, the
Page
Dodge Ram.
25.
Okay, sorry.
It's what, 25. See, all of that probably should, my thinking is all that should probably be going to the parks, not to the arena.
So through you, Mayor, in that there may need to be a reallocation there. That vehicle is the vehicle that is kept down at the arena and is used by the arena attendant foreman. I don't know what the exact title is, but however, that's the vehicle that's used down there. The other vehicle down in the parks, and I believe the reason why we didn't put any budget numbers in there is a reallocation needs to be made because those costs, I believe, are actually the caretaker's vehicle, not a vehicle that's down at the parks in their arena location. So effectively, yes, probably a good portion of the 2019 could be allocated between the two, but that would just be a budget reallocation.
So even if we did that with the gas, the $4,000 still. Be the true number?
Through you, Mayor, that would be my my understanding. I can clarify that with Parks and Rec staff.
Actually, $4,000 as a budget though, it's not the actual, correct?
Well, to me, it just drives up the final percentage if it's not true.
Yeah, I agree with you, but I thought, $4,000 is the budget versus the actual.
23. It was higher though. 23, it was 6,000 budgeted.
That was probably allocations and challenges.
Uh-huh.
What else? Anybody got anything else?
So the other $8,000, that would be probably from the ball diamonds. On page 24. Just parks rentals.
Is that in revenues?
Well, it's actually below revenue. But that's probably revenue. I mean, it says Parks Rental, so I don't know if it's like,
That's revenue, yes. So
Yeah.
that's coming in. So that's, I would think that just based on that price, that is for the rental of the Four Diamonds for 6 months. Because they don't charge very much for those. Like $20 a game. Maybe or $15 a game. And
I can add that to my questions.
Pardon me?
I can add that to the questions.
Mayor Logo.
Yes. Oh,
Counselor Ainsworth's questions about that truck, which I agree with him, it seems mysterious to me as well. But then I got thinking, where are the Zamboni costs? Because there would actually be some costs related there. And are they showing up in building and ground maintenance? Or is that gas somehow maybe related there? Anyway, if we could get clarification on both the Dodge Ram and the Zamboni, where those costs are showing up and why?
actually, most of that would be the propane.
Yeah, I was gonna say,
So
Propane?
there's $20,000 for propane there.
yeah, so that would be
That's
the,
probably most.
that would be the heating and the Zamboni. And I think what's happened with the Dodge Ram and that is, might be Counselor Ainsworth, is that they've mixed them up because the fuel's so high for the 2019 Dodge Ram, that might be the one that's pulling the trailer when they're driving all around the town and they're cutting grass. Because it seems quite high that the arena guy would spend $4,000 in gas just for the winter. So probably it's just a flip that he's probably using the 2009 truck. But I'm sure Nicole will find out.
And it's probably, I shouldn't say that, but it's likely just we can put in wrong. Or not split up properly, and the guy thinks he's putting it in the right place and he's not. Possibly. Where are we? Anything else on this one?
Mayor
Mayor,
Logo, oh,
Yes.
sorry.
can we have explained the $90,000 coming out of reserve?
$90,000 out of reserve.
Oh, here, our reserves.
Yeah.
Yep.
Through you, Mayor.
Okay, go ahead.
So I'm just looking at my notes. Give me. So there's $20,000 coming out of reserves for Nawatin. There is $10,000 from the Enbridge grant. And that's that was for the trails and the trees. There is another $10,000 that was remaining in the reserves for the ball diamonds that was not spent last year. And the remaining is the $25,000 for the mower, the $15,000 for the end gates and parking lot partition for the trail. Where am I at now? And $20,000 for sorry, $20,000 for the bleachers and benches, $15,000 for the end gates and parking lot partition for the trail, $25,000 for the mower, 10,000 for the benches and trees from the Enbridge grant, and then there was the 20,000 for Nawatin. I think that covers it.
historically, there's an awful lot, I believe, that comes out of reserves to pay for those recreation facilities. Because they don't make any money.
That's correct.
And that's really not uncommon, I don't think, for most municipalities. That, unless of course you do actually charge $700 or $800 for rental of the ACC or something like that. Where you could make a lot of money, just picking those out, but that's one of the. Go ahead, Mary Gatlin.
When the development charges was changed, that is one area where we're not going to receive as much buildup looking forward as has been the case in the past.
You want to comment on that, Nicole? Or you
Actually,
heard that?
well, there's a couple things too that, I mean, we haven't talked a whole lot about development charges today, but it is something that, I mean, I mentioned it even in my issue paper for the deputy treasurer, is that we have requirements to ensure that we're using our development charges where we've been accumulating funds for that purpose. So that's one of the things that's on my radar for 2024 in creating a plan for ensuring that we're using them. You will note in a number of the issue papers I have already, especially if there isn't sufficient reserves already there, have ensured that we are incorporating a portion of the development charges to cover those costs rather than just pulling out of our general reserves. It has to be, when we are pulling from development charges, it has to be a growth project, or at least a partial growth project. So if, you know, we're doing something that is considered to be being done 100% for growth purposes, then we just needed to be able to substantiate that. Otherwise, we need to look at what the projected growth was in our development charges study and use that as a ruler for that.
Okay. Mike, go ahead.
Through you, Mayor, where did we end up with the space heater? Because it was one of my concerns also. Because I mean, if it's just for an office or a little room, like you can go buy an infrared heater for about $140. That would heat that room up.
I think that was the question. Yes. Anybody else got anything?
Just the issue papers.
Oh, see, yeah, we got issue papers too. I was wondering, Nicole, before we jump off of it, do you expect the water charges for the arena going to go down this year? Because they were $8,100 last year. I mean, it did take a big jump from 2022 to 2023. That could be just monthly charges too, or every other month's charges. Because it really shouldn't jump from 4 to 8 or 5 to 8. So it could be just the fact that you balance the two of them over the 2 years.
I'm sorry, I'm trying to find it. You're talking
Okay,
about water
it's on page
consumption?
25.
Yeah,
page
why, you're talking
25,
about the water
third one down.
consumption?
Yes.
Is that the leak?
I'm wondering if that had anything to do with it. I know we did have a brine leak repair.
Yeah.
So I don't know whether that has any impact on that at all. I can definitely add that to my questions to the arena staff.
That would be, yeah, that would be a lot of water. You'd never be able to pick that up. That's a lot of water. But anyways, I wouldn't worry about it. It was just a curiosity question. Don't bother losing any time on that. Okay, issue papers. Commercial lawnmower. Any questions or comments regarding the lawnmower?
Yeah, he's there.
Oh, yeah. Anybody have any questions regarding this? Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor. So I don't know, maybe if we can have some clarification for what we're doing with this lawnmower, because we just bought this lawnmower. A few months ago. That was in last year's budget. So what's the purpose for this one? If we're gonna bring it, if we're going to buy another one, is it going to bring some other contracts back to in-house? Just to maybe some clarification on it.
Dave, do you have a comment on that?
So my understanding is that there was a tractor purchased last year for parks, but not a lawnmower. The tractor was purchased. That was part of the plan I spoke about earlier with respect to the sidewalk snow removal in the wintertime, so that we're able to afford the position and move some money around.
My understanding of the original one that came in this year was purchased to cut the lawn. That's what it replaced, the lawnmower from last year.
The old John Deere.
The John Deere, yes.
No, that,
Go ahead.
that was a tractor that we replaced. That was for the ball diamonds and stuff like that, not to cut the grass. This is part of, there's 3 lawnmowers, commercial lawnmowers that they drive around, and that's what they cut the grass with.
Okay, so this is a replacement one of the commercial.
The tractor last year was completely different. That has the hitches and they go around and they drag the diamonds and stuff like that.
We were supposed to do a study there a year ago or 2 years ago, and I don't know if we ever did it, just find out where we're actually saving money by hiring all of our cutting for the arenas, et cetera, and see if we're actually saving money, but I don't think we've ever done that. Go ahead.
I agree with what you're saying, Mr. Mayor, that if you read the background, it says, let's replace it before costly major repairs are needed. So unless you can prove to me that that thing's really costing us a lot of money, I'm sure that we can get a lot more out of that. And I'm not willing to spend any more money on commercial lawnmowers and a truck and a trailer and stuff like that until I see some kind of report that was supposed to come back to us from the last CAO. So this is not on you, Dave, that they were going to compare, are we really saving money in-house? We used to have everything cut by contractors. And when our previous arena manager was here, he talked council into getting a truck and a trailer and 3 commercial grass cutters. And we have 4 students and we have a supervisor and we're cutting all this grass and everything and we're supposedly saving money, but I've yet to see any study that shows that we're saving any money. And definitely not if we're spending this type of money on these commercial tractors. If it's 20,000 and we've got 3 of them, that's $60,000 worth of grass cutting equipment. So I'm not willing to spend any more money on this until maybe staff, Dave, or somebody can come back and show us the comparison. Are we better to be contracting this out or do we stay in-house?
Are you making a motion to that?
Sure, I'll make a motion that, well, I guess
Question.
I don't think it's going to be able to answer. Dave would have to, we can make a motion to ask the CAO to have staff give us a comparison of whether or not we're really saving. But I mean, my first motion, and I guess my first motion would be, I'm not agreeing to this. Like, I'm not going to spend any more until I get some more information. So, and then Dave, I see your drawing that you had here on the side that talked about the possibility of going to 2 grass cutting crews. Well, the issue I would have with that is that means we need another truck and we need another trailer. And I can't see that working. We'll be spending even more money. So I guess my motion would be to instruct staff to come back with a study that would show the cost comparisons of cutting the grass internally versus a contractor.
That's your motion?
Yes.
Do I have a second to that? Seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. Any further discussion? Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor. So would that be for all our grass? So our parks, our boat launches, the cemeteries, okay,
They were all done at one time by private contract.
okay.
And we'd like to know whether it saves money doing it ourselves. And I know sometimes the student rates are a lot cheaper, but I don't. And I'm not trying to convince anybody either way, but I don't see the students there at 6 o'clock in the morning and with the operator and one other person. And the owner is there with them, they're working hard to get everything done. I just don't see that. If it's possible, we are doing.
We were always promised, Councillor Ainsworth, that there would be a study. Because we kept going along with, let's get a trailer, let's get some commercial grass cutting equipment. We're gonna hire the students. We have the person that we bring on as a supervisor to watch after the kids when they're cutting grass and everything. And it's like, there's been no cost comparison to find out, are we actually saving money or not? And I believe, and I'm not sure, maybe Yolanda would know, or somebody with longer experience here, maybe John, you know, is that there used to be multiple contracts with contractors to say, you know, they would cut the cemeteries and the grass up in the Roseneath area, maybe one around the Centerton area and one in Grafton or whatever. It wasn't always just with one, they tendered it out. So it would be easy to look up those documents before and just find out what a price would be now from a contractor to do that, which I understand is very competitive. There's lots of companies out there that do landscaping, right?
And there are advantages and disadvantages too. One disadvantage is they tend to go pretty quick and they're kind of sloppy. And unless you're checking up on them to say that's not acceptable, but then you've got to do the same thing for
We've
our
had-
staff.
Which
We
we
have
had a lot of
those.
complaints this year about up
Staff.
at Roseneath with complaints from people saying they're cutting the grass and it looks like a farmer's hayfield out there.
Oh, the
No,
field.
no,
Oh,
in front of
cemetery.
the community center. That little patch there, they were cutting it and we had to go back a couple of times because it looked like somebody was gonna bale hay there or something, so.
Okay, anything else on that one? Yeah, go ahead and do that. Oh, sorry. I'm gonna move in second, by second. All in favor of the motion?
Could I have it read back? Sorry.
So the motion I have is to instruct staff to come back with a study that would compare in-house services versus contracting services for the lawn maintenance of the municipal properties.
All in favor? Motion's carried.
Mayor Logo, I just had one question as well, if I may, and that is, I see, auctioned off at Gov Deals. The last time this was mentioned, I thought they were just gonna go through Marketplace. I don't know what the difference is, but it's not an issue for this paper anyway. So I can look that up.
Okay. Thank you. Second one is full-time arena operator. Any questions on that one? Councilor Booth?
Oh, sure, didn't have my hand up, but I'll speak first, I guess.
It must have looked like you were gonna ask a question.
I guess I have an issue with this. Being around long enough to see that when we just had an arena foreman there. And when the arena foreman retired, we hired an arena foreman and then made that person a manager. And then we hired another full-time staff with that person and we had 2 full-time staff in the arena. And then when that person left, we've gone back to when the manager left, we went back to just a foreman. And I don't understand, you know, why we're going to do something like this. It just doesn't make sense, especially I think since we don't really know what's happening with that building yet. We've asked to do a study on the building to find out what our options are, whether we're going to keep it, not this, that, whatever. And I think we're kind of jumping at the gun here to say that, you know, we're going to hire another full-time body until we decide. So I wouldn't agree to this at all.
Mayor Catlin?
I have to concur with everything that Councillor Booth has said, and as I mentioned earlier in this meeting, the cost to operate that arena at 277,000 in a constrained budget year. You know, taking 47,000 off of that is a no-brainer.
Mike?
So I think the purpose of this was to kind of cut back on the students kind of thing, right? Because if we're going back to Dave's chart and his conversation that, you know, we hire part-time for the ball diamonds and we hire part-time for the arena. And then out of that, those two full-time guys, they would split up in the summertime for the grass cutting with a couple of students to help out. So, it's not that we won't use the guy if whatever's, you know, it's the matter of
Person.
maybe kind of streamlining it all. Maybe Dave could comment on that again.
I think Greg wants to comment, but we'll get to Dave next.
Well, when we had the foreman and an operator before, what happened in the winter time just meant that the foreman worked no nights anymore. And the guy that you hired, he worked nights with two other part-timers. And in the summer, they still brought back the supervisor. So they had a full-time guy and a supervisor going out with the kids cutting grass, which didn't make sense to me.
Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. I don't think that's gonna happen. I think that's kind of been a red flag to it all.
I guess a question can be asked is our foreman currently on strictly days, or is he working some night shifts too, like he used to? Because right now there's 3 part-time people in the arena working nights and weekends. 2 long-time people, and we just hired Jen Steen and them just hired somebody to help out on, I believe it was Sunday shifts. And that's explained in here.
Yeah, maybe some clarification.
Dave, you
Yep,
want to
Dave.
comment?
Where's he gone?
Yes, I can.
Oh,
No, I'm still here. So yeah, the idea here was to streamline. I have spoken to the current foreman and also our coordinator, and we identified the chart that I drew behind you in the corner of the room. We need to have somebody in a coordinator or manager position, and we need to have a minimum staff of 2. Whether we bring on the students or not, we have to be concerned about anybody working alone. And we have to have a bit of a baseline for your Parks and Rec department. The new full-time position, we're already hiring somebody for full-time hours for the winter in a part-time spot. And we're already hiring somebody in the summer in full-time hours for a part-time spot or contract spot. So it was to identify that that new full-time position would then fill both those positions, one in the summer and one in the winter. So I don't have any more comment than that, because it was that easy.
Go ahead.
So could I ask you a question, Dave? You've got crew 1 and crew 2. Who are the supervisors then?
The supervisors are one, the foreman, and the other one is the full-time staff. If we brought on students, the only way that we have those 2 crews is if we were backfilled by students that were covered by grants.
Yeah. So I see,
So
I see a big problem with that though, Dave, is right now, the arena foreman in the summertime stays at the facility and helps cut the grass on the diamonds, and he drags the diamonds and lines them. So are we saying now that that person is going to go out on a grass crew and cut
No.
grass? Doesn't cut grass right now.
but I'm aware, and we've had that conversation. And the identity of 2 crews was so that we were working in zones or regions of the township where we did everything as we go through to avoid the efficiency of having to drive back and forth and or to leave somebody at the arena. It was so that we worked, you know, zone 1 being, let's say in the south west quadrant of the township, and we go and do everything there that we need to do. And then send another crew to another area, do everything you need to do, the gardens, the garbage, the grass. It should all be done when the crews are out doing it. What you've seen in the past is you've seen a grass cutting crew that has just bounced around the township doing really nothing more than cutting grass. I completely understand why council's frustrated. So we have a plan to move forward with this year to do different. We're not going to repeat the same thing expecting different results. We're going to do different. And then we're going to expect different results. That's the idea.
Well, does this eliminate, gotta remember what,
I could say his name, but it eliminates the summer person.
no, the person that's here goes for pop and all of that type of stuff all year round, picks up the garbage. And
No,
that doesn't,
No.
isn't that what he does a lot?
no, there's a person that they bring on from April until September that's currently,
Correct.
that's currently a supervisor that supervises the kids when they go on.
Correct.
The other comment, if I could, real quick, the arena is open during the day all summer, I believe. For pickleball and any other type of things, would that still be available?
To my understanding, it would be yes. Does pickleball and that need to have an attendant on standby like hockey?
It's just whether you're secure, I guess. That's what, basically the doors are locked unless somebody lets you in.
So Jennifer would have the answer to that. If that has to identify a person to stay at the arena all day, every day. Or just has to be there during scheduled times, then, a student could cover that in the summertime probably. Because we don't have the plant in operation, so our health and safety would be cared for. We could train somebody to do that, but if we have to have one attendant at the facility, then we do. That would all depend on scheduling, and that would depend on Jen's input.
And the other comment I'll make real quick, there's normally, from what I've seen, there's a foreman there during the day as well as a student there all day at the arena. You want to comment on that, Greg? Is that what you?
No, that's true. They drag the ball diamonds and they line them every day for that night, right?
Well, they do it. I mean, they
Yeah.
participating in that type
Yeah.
of stuff, but there are two.
I guess my concern, Dave, and frustration is that we used to send the crew up on a Friday and cut the grass at Rose Neath, and it took them 5 hours to cut it. 4 people, 5 hours. I've seen no efficiency in this department at all. We got them out of cutting the grass there. And now we're looking at hiring a horticultural student and help with gardens and everything. When I would have thought the normal thing to do would have said, we just saved 5 hours with 4 people cutting grass. Why can't they go and do some gardens? Instead, we're looking at hiring another body. And I don't see any efficiency. So for us getting out of cutting the grass at Rose Neath did us absolutely nothing from what I see. Because they're not cutting any more grass. So if they're not doing 5 hours on a Friday up there, where are they then?
So through you, Mayor Logo, I completely understand your frustrations. Most of those particulars would have to be discussed and closed. We're definitely getting into the operational aspect of the department. I understand. The hiring of this full-time position replaces that one supervisor that we hire in the summer from April to September and replaces that contract position that we hire for the whole winter. Turns it into one position so that we have 2 full-time for the department. Whether our students come and go, we can address the needs of not having to work alone. We have our coordinator in place that can make sure that things are moving along. It's a step forward for the department without a whole lot of added cost.
Thanks, Dave.
So maybe we could add that to close too.
Mayor Kaplan, I got you next.
I'm listening to this conversation and now I am questioning the number I see in front of me. If this is replacing and just looking at a different work structure model, are we actually ending up with higher overall wages from past year of 47,000 or not?
through you, Mayor, we could look at that and bring those numbers back. Nicole, you and I could crunch that with Jen and bring that back for the next meeting.
Okay. Mike?
Through you, Mayor. So I think also to the importance of this move is, you know, the fellow that we had come back for the summer to be the supervisor, did he really even have any supervisor training? You know, when you're looking after employees, you know, and this would give us probably a better handle on training and what our employees know as far as it comes to, you know, Bill C-45, Bill 10 or 168, those kind of things. So that would be a better handle as far as that goes. And because I mean, we just can't hire someone on the summer as a supervisor and put him in that role and not give him training. So are we gonna, you know, maybe this year it could be someone different, the next year it's someone different, you're constantly training. So I just think cleaning it all up and, you know, yeah, if students come in underneath them here and there, then that's okay. But at least our supervisors are,
Just think I understand, the same person comes back as a supervisor in summer, same person comes back in the winter.
No, the summer person that you're talking about's probably been with us for at least 4 or 5 years. But the training, but he doesn't, yeah, and the winter people are separate from him, that person, right? But it's the same people, but the training for the students, it's given at the start of whether you have 4 new students or 3 of them returning or 1, they're given training the very first day they go there. So that person is more a mature supervisor type person. You're not going to have 4 16-year-olds drive around in a town truck because something could happen, right? So you have that mature person there. So I understand the model that Dave's talking about. I just don't think it crunches right, and maybe we can discuss it in closed.
Anybody else have any comments on this? Go ahead.
Through you, Mayor Lowell, I think part of this needs to be in camera as well. And we're waiting for a report to come back before we can move forward on this. So I hear that, right?
Thank you. Everybody done? We're gonna go on to one more and then we're.
We have 2 more. Bleachers is pretty, I mean, we already put that
The next
through.
one is, I have as number 3, ball diamond beaches. benches and
Bleachers.
bleachers. Any questions or comments on that? Mike?
yeah, through you, Mayor. This, so this was actually passed last year, it just never got done. So, you know, it should be pretty quick. I know they were gonna start at Diamond 1 and it never happened because maybe the quote, the $10,000 we set aside wasn't enough. So it got put back to here. I think that's kind of the history of it. So I would say that the money is already set aside for that from last year.
Plus,
Thank you.
plus 10.
Part of it.
Yeah, we were going to add 2 more this year as well. So, yeah, I'm fine with this. We gotta do
Yeah.
something.
But my understanding, just so we all understand, the $10,000 that we budgeted last year wasn't enough. So they're taking it up to $20,000 per year. And you ain't gonna get any more than what you're planning on getting.
From last year.
Okay, we're gonna move on. No questions? Next one is the trail in gates and parking lot bars or barriers.
Well, dollars.
Anybody have any questions or comments on that? Go ahead.
I'm just wondering, they're stopping them at the trail so the 4-wheelers and stuff can't go through? I don't, I think it'd be difficult at the one end, or is it getting into the woods? Is that what they're trying to stop?
Not sure. Why don't we ask Dave?
Okay.
Have you heard that, Dave?
I did, and I don't know the answer to that question. Jen might be able to shed some light on it. My overall understanding of the paths was to prevent vehicles from traveling down them. They would have to be gates that we can open to snowplow. and then gates that we close because it's supposed to be a walking trail only.
Yeah, if I can add to that through you, Mayor Logo. Yeah, they won't be gates that actually open and close because we do need to get on that trail for winter maintenance. It is a year-round accessible trail. So it'll just be to prevent any motor vehicles getting onto the trail at either side there. So at the side that is in the parking lot at the Haldeman Memorial Arena, and then at the trail end on the other side. And then the parking partitions are for safety, as the parking lot in the back goes right to the trail.
Okay, the barriers or whatever will not prevent the snowplows from going in there and cleaning up the walkways, correct?
Correct, nor will it stop anybody in with any sort of accessible motorized vehicle, motorized system.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you. Anybody else have any further questions? Go ahead, Mike.
Through you, Mayor, I just listened to Jennifer. We'd almost need two entrances because, you know, to allow people onto the walking trail. And then another entrance for the trucks to go in and clean it. I don't know if you could do both in one gate. I'm just, not that it makes any difference or just my thoughts.
Did you hear that, Jennifer?
Yes, through you, Mayor Logo. We're investigating as to, you know, what system will work best to be able to allow the snow removal to get on there, as well as keeping it open and accessible for those users.
I
So
have
we'll make
one-
sure to take that into consideration.
I have one comment regarding the trees. Whereabouts are they going to be placed? And the reason I'm asking is because there's several small trees that were put along the pathway before the pathway was put in. And they are very close to the pathway. And I would hope they're going to be away from there so they don't get damaged.
Did you say trees? I didn't notice trees.
Trees are. Did I read it right? I thought,
Trees and that was the part of the Enbridge grant that we received in last year that was deferred to this spring. So there will be a tree planting event. The trees will go on, you know, the trail, but won't be placed too close that it would cause any sort of damage or barriers for the trail users and maintenance.
okay, so it's not going in the bush neither. They're going out along the asphalt trail.
Correct.
Thank you. Anybody else? Mary Catherine, you have a comment?
I'm just gonna send it to them.
Any other further questions or comments? Dave, you gotta leave soon or no?
I do, yes, but I'll hang in as long as I can.
Yeah.
Well,
I would like to make a motion to adjourn, but I think we have another motion has to come first.
yes. So, I guess I have a couple of questions. So we are gonna start tomorrow at 9 o'clock. Pardon me,
Can we do 9:30, please?
9:30 better? 9:30 then? Everybody okay with that? And other than that, we'll ask for a confirming bylaw. And I've got that somewhere. Probably someone did. You've resolved that bylaw number 09024 being a bylaw to confirm the proceedings of the budget session held on Thursday, February 8th, 2024. You read indeed to be passed this 8th day of February 2024. Mover and a seconder. Moved by Councillor Booth, seconded by Councillor Ainsworth. Further discussion? All in favor? Motion's carried. I believe we have a motion on the floor from Councillor O'Neill to adjourn.
I'm,
Read the resolution be resolved the budget session of Thursday, February 8th, 2024, be adjourned at 1:25 p.m. And the seconded by Deputy Mayor Stover. All in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.